Photo Talk with Jeff Neville and Friends is what I should name it, because luckily I'm proud to have a handful of friends, and the ones I have I appreciate very much. And so let's say hello to Mr. Stewart and Roy and Gustavo and Mr. Ishii. And we hope to have Mazman on in a little bit. I was talking to him prior to the show. And so we'll see. I see Mike Farwell's here. And let's see who else. J-Rod is here. Long Rider, how you doing, my friend? How's the weather up your way? It's got to be colder than what I'm having here, even though I'm all bundled up. I got a little bit of the sniffles, so I figured I'll keep warm tonight while I'm on the air here. And Mike says I hate snow. I can't. That's why I am where I am now, Mike, because with a bad back and bad knees, just before I moved from Connecticut and moved down here, the last winter in Connecticut, I had 2 large garbage cans, and we had a lot of snow, and I had plowed the driveway, and unbeknownst to me, the half of the driveway closest to my garage was dry as can be. The other half of the driveway, which isn't lit up well because it was a long driveway, was a sheet of ice. So I'm walking down the driveway with a large garbage can on wheels in each hand. And the next thing you know, I'm up in the air and the trash cans are up in the air, and I fall flat on my back with the trash can still in my hands. And I just laid there as my garbage cans rolled down the ice and wondered whether or not I was able to walk or not from flying in the air like that. And I said, that's it. I'm done. No more of this garbage. I can't stand the snow and the ice anymore. It's just too much.
The ice is a bigger problem.
Oh, God. Yeah. Ice is horrible.
Why do you think I moved here? No snow, no ice, nothing.
Hey, but Jeff, I'm built from this weather. This is I got sufficient blubber to keep me going.
Well, me too. And after Thanksgiving on Thursday, and then Thanksgiving on Friday, and Thanksgiving today, I'm stuffed, and I got extra insulation on me now.
Exactly.
Gustavo, the temperature is -1 here, and you got -9.
Yes.
Oh,
what an envy!
You're not paying your heating bill. You got to be like us and have more greenhouse gases.
Well, you got a little bit further north.
Yeah,
David, I got +31.
Yeah. Hey James, yeah. I got your email, James. I'm going to send you a link. So give me a second here. Do that, and I will be happy to send you a link.
I don't think I can handle +31 this time of the year, John.
Well, when I was in Mongolia, it was at this time it was -25.
Yeah.
-25F or
D.
Oh, okay.
The correct scale.
I don't even know what that is without doing a translation.
Well, it's probably about what, David, in Fahrenheit?
90 something.
Huh? 19?
90.
Yes.
No, I mean -25 degrees. -25 would be.
Yeah.
No, you got to do some more math than that. But anyway, I don't bother converting anymore.
Well, you don't need to.
All I do is say, and it's on a hot day, the temperature here gets up to 30 degrees.
It's 30 here the other day, but Celsius.
I know.
Maribel is here. Let's say hi to Maribel.
Good day, Maribel.
I don't see his, I'm assuming Chuck is sitting next to you watching, I hope.
Hi, Chuck.
33.
That's right. Roy is going into summer.
Yep. Nearly summer here. Not today, though.
Oh, really?
It's a miserable rainy day today. It's only about probably 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
And James, I flipped the switch to let you come in, but there's no camera feed yet. So just so you know, you're not showing up. And Maribel, I hope you and Chuck had a great Thanksgiving and ate too much and have enough leftovers for like 3 or 4 days, like everybody else.
I had to explain Thanksgiving to my mother-in-law. They had no idea what it was, but I ordered a turkey. They certainly enjoyed it.
So Randall's asking, can someone explain how to deal with the heart emoji in the chat?
I know. I've got one too. I haven't got rid of it no matter what I do.
I don't see that on my screen, so I am absolutely no help in answering that question. I have no
It's only
clue.
on the YouTube chat.
Hi, James.
Hello. Let's
Hello,
see here.
James. And we got Osman's here. I picked
All
up
right.
on you quick, Tim.
Hey.
I didn't make you wait a half hour, Tim.
Oh, wow. I mean, I wasn't expecting to be in so soon.
I know. I faked you out. I didn't wait for you to wave and jump up and down and shoot shaving cream at the screen or anything.
Good deal.
It's good to see Tim.
Good to see you guys.
Been a
Good to
while,
see you
brother.
guys. Yeah, a couple of weeks.
How things in SoCal?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Busy. I haven't really been shooting much. I don't think I've had a camera in my hand for a few weeks at this point. But
Oh, really?
other than that, yeah, a lot of work. Getting ready for the holidays.
Oh, yeah. That's coming up real fast.
Yes, it is.
God, they come by faster and faster, don't they, Jeff?
Yeah. I mean, life in general, when you hit a certain age, seems to just go by in the blink of an eye. It's scary.
And
Scary.
Facebook doesn't make it better when it reminds you of 1 year ago today. I go,
Yeah.
what? 10 years ago today.
Yeah, that's the killer. 10 years ago
That's
today.
Right, Tim? That's a
Yep.
killer, man.
I just got one of those the other day. I was like, it hasn't been 10 years.
Hello, Chuck.
So let's
Good day,
see.
Chuck. Wherever you
Hey,
are.
Chuck.
Hey, there he is.
We miss you. We haven't had a good rant for years.
Here we go. Chuck is in the house, baby. Woo-hoo. James, good to see you. You've been hiding lately. You've been going to the dam at all? Or is that done now?
No, I've been up there once or twice, but now things are actually picking up. December's end of November and December and a little bit of January will be the busiest time to go. So, yep. But I've been going lots of other places.
So you're going to be fighting with the lineup of people that are going to be there at 4 a.m, right?
Yeah, well, you got to get there early, right when the gate opens.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Where are you going, James?
Yeah, it's Conowingo Dam at the top of Maryland on the Susquehanna River. Yeah, a lot of the eagles, they come down from Pennsylvania, but there's not much snow and cold going on right now. So the season, not as many have come down south. So
You live in Maryland?
Yeah, I'm in Maryland.
I used to live in Bethesda.
Yeah, that's about 45 minutes from me. I'm over by Annapolis.
Yeah. Well, I lived in Washington, D.C. area for decades.
Yep.
The old Potomac River.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm near, the whole Chesapeake Bay watershed. So there's
Oh, that's nice.
I could go someplace different every weekend. But I got my same watering holes I like to go to, which are close by, which keep me busy.
Yeah, I miss my days in the Beltway area.
Yeah, you can have it.
That was back in 1960.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, I'm confused, Randall, by your question. When you're using the Z8, the shutter dial goes up and down one click.
What is that?
All the other cameras are faster shutter.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. Must be something to do with ISO.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand how you have that worded. I don't understand your question.
Explain a little bit more, Randall.
Yeah, get a little more detail for us here, and we'll try to respond.
He turns the show.
You guys keep a lookout for a comment here if he makes one. And Chuck, we're glad to see you, my friend. We hope that you fattened up a little bit from Thanksgiving.
Yeah, he really can afford to have the extra pounds.
That's
The rest
right.
of us, no.
That's right, Gustavo.
I'm sure Maribel is doing a great job on that.
I just figure, you have to. We're like Gustavo. You and I are like bears. We have to get in the calories before winter, and then we go into hibernation for a while.
I thought you were moving slowly.
Very slow, very slow.
Prime rib Christmas.
Oh, Christmas is nearly on us. It's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
One more month and that's it.
You
So
got
we're
it.
gonna, as usual, we're gonna throw in a few old person comments here, courtesy of Real Nikon Lover Jim. Email he sent me. There's still a few more jokes in there that I haven't thrown out yet. So one of them is there's an advantage to being 102. There's no peer pressure. Getting older, I used to be able to run a 4-minute mile, bench press 380 pounds, and tell the truth. And then this one, some of this stuff applies to me every once in a while, which kind of scared me when I read it. First you forget names, then you forget faces, then you forget to pull your zipper up, then you forget to pull your zipper down. The last one is definitely a problem.
I forgot to put my zipper up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know where the zipper is.
I've caught myself leaving the house and going somewhere and realizing the barn door is open, and I go, oh, geez.
Yeah, is that the weirdest thing,
Oh,
Jeff?
guys.
How did I do that?
Yeah, and you can't fix it without everybody knowing.
Yeah,
Yes, you can. Just ignore everyone.
or taking a leak at exactly 3:42 or 3:26 in the morning.
Yeah.
Randall
I did that
put
last
some
night.
notes there, Jeff. Randall put some notes there.
Okay. All right. Let's see. When using the shutter dial, the Z8 goes from 1/60th to 159.5 seconds.
Mhm.
On the Z9, 1/60th to 150.
I think there's a adjustment to say what steps it takes.
Oh yeah. You in your in one of your menus, you can say what your increment is.
That'll be the problem.
Third stops, half stops, whatever. I'm not sure what menu that's in. Is that in the
It's in the menu on the back of the camera.
yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
I think the default is 1/3 of a stop.
Yeah, or 1/2 or
Exactly. I like the 1/3.
So are we going to get a 24 to 400 lens? Is that the new rumor?
I'm not.
Yeah, well, Gustavo mentioned that to me before the show, and my only comment to that was I'm wondering if that's going to be a rebadged Tamron, a Tamron/Nikon collaboration, and I would think it probably would be, but nothing that at some point in time when for a lot of us, we all have a fair amount of lenses already, so eventually you just have so much overlap. At some point you got to say, keep coming out with as much as you want, but I'm on timeout for me, man.
Maybe it's a DX lens.
Yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Jeff,
Anybody
you got a little bit of shelf space back there.
A
Just
little bit. A little bit, yeah.
I've got some shelf space. I sold some lenses and gave
any
a
of
few
you
away.
buy the Plena?
Yeah.
Who bought the Plena?
Any of you guys?
No.
No, not at all.
It's on my list for next year.
I can't justify it.
Roy,
But not anytime soon. It's not a have to have for me.
I think Roy and Randall also has it.
Yeah. I like the Plena, but I wish the 85 had come out after the Plena, then I wouldn't have got the 85. I'm not doing enough portraits or headshots to need it. The Plena's something special, though.
Yeah, the planet's looking nice.
Mm.
Yeah, but like
Something
Jeff
really
said, I've
special.
got a lot of lenses.
Yeah. After a while, you get so many, you gotta use them all to keep the lubrication moving in there, So after a while, it's like, wait a minute, I'm going to be spending all my days just putting lenses on camera bodies and turning them on and using them for a little bit.
You wouldn't enjoy that at all, would you?
Yeah, what does Roy do?
He does that.
Roy, I think has people that come in and do it for him. I think.
No, I do it myself. It's more fun. You have to have an Excel spreadsheet, otherwise you end up buying two lenses the same again.
Yeah.
Oops.
So Greg, I'm glad you nailed the shot you liked with that lens. I think you are gonna like that lens. You are gonna like that lens, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I've been shooting portraits with the 800 on my Zulu Foxtrot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
God, I love that camera.
Oh, is it?
I just love it. I love it. I love it.
The more I use it, the more I like it. Like I'm using it right now as a webcam.
Really?
Yeah.
Wayne came up with the answer to Randall's problem. His flicker adjustment was on.
Oh,
That makes sense.
Thank you, Wayne.
Yeah, and it's been on for 5 hours today straight because I had a 3-hour meeting before this and 2 hours in between, and so it wasn't worthwhile turning it off.
So we got another question, guys, here. Canon or Epson 13-inch printer?
Oh, Epson, for sure. I was an Epson Stylus Pro, so I got a shout out to that. No, Epson is the way to go.
I like the big tanks now, the tank system with all the ink. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I want to get one of those for just general purpose printing, not photos. But I'm so tired of spending money on ink cartridges that have barely any ink in them.
Well,
I got mine right here. I got my Epson right here.
No, you just need the camera with the built-in printer.
Yeah.
but I presume
done.
that
Well, we just got to buy an old SX70,
Go Fuji.
right? You buy an old SX70. I wonder somebody must make film packs for those still. I would think.
the ink business, that's such a racket.
That's a
I mean, that's the
well. You know what gets me a little bit miffed with the printer companies is like my printer is behind a door, part of my desk. So if you want these printers that you could fill the ink whenever you need to, the lower priced ones are all the ones where your paper feed is from the back. And I can't use a printer with a paper feed in the back. I have to have a model with the paper tray in the front. And if you want the paper tray in the front, then all of a sudden you're paying $150 more for the printer to have the paper tray in the front. It's like, thank you.
Here's the deal with the ink. You have to use the original ink because Epson or even Canon, they have a special ink. And if you use the cheap ink, it will not adhere to the media. And in time, or even just, you can just touch it and the ink, once it dries, will come off. So you can't have the archival value of if you don't use original inks. I strongly suggest you always use original inks.
Yeah, it's expensive though.
Yeah.
I just use a laser printer, then I put out anything I need printed.
Yeah, but a laser printer will never get you the quality of an inkjet.
It's good
There's
enough.
no way.
It's good enough to sort of get a rough idea what it's
Yeah,
going to look like.
it's good enough, but it's not
It doesn't dry
archival
out.
quality where it
It doesn't
lasts
dry
many,
out.
many years. I've made prints decades ago from my Epson printer, and the quality is never degraded one iota.
Yeah, Walgreens prints them good. You can get them for $3 sometimes. 50%.
But if you the thing about printing is you do everything from A to Z. You take the picture,
Mhm.
you process it, and you print it yourself.
Yeah.
And you choose the media. So if you use, like a rag paper, you can be proud of the fact that you did it from A to Z, instead of handing it off to a, Walgreens or some who wasn't there, by the way, when you took that picture.
Yep.
And doesn't understand the color science or the gamma or the gamut, the color gamut, and they just simply hit it. So if you do it yourself, then you got complete control from A to Z. And it doesn't take a rocket science to do it. But it's extremely important as a photographer that you do it from A to Z.
Yep. I just ordered a metal print, an 8x10, just to try it out.
They look good.
Mm.
It was pretty cool. It was an owl headshot. That's a neat medium. Metal print. It's neat.
Yeah. But if you do it in exhibit, please do not use RC paper. Do not use gloss, that luster paper. Always try to use an archival paper from Moab or one of these paper companies that have RAG, R-A-G. It's beautiful.
And that's the thing too with the rag. That's the thing that you have to look at when you look into printers too, because when you get into the rag stock or other stock that's a little bit thicker, some printers have problems feeding thicker papers.
Well, if you get an Epson, a proper Epson printer, there's no issues with that at all, and it'll work as long as you have the correct paper profile. And the problem with most people who print, that when you print, everyone has to be speaking the same language. You can't have the camera speaking Chinese and the printer speaking Hindu, and what are you going to get? It's just going to be gibberish.
Calibration.
You're going to get Chihindu.
Exactly. So you have to get exactly the same profile. The camera's profile, the paper profile, the computer profile, blah, blah, blah. So everyone's speaking the same language. So when it comes out, your picture should be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, color laser does just a good, just give you an idea of what you're looking at.
Agreed.
Okay. Now, is that accurate from what you actually took?
It's pretty. It's not as good, but it just gives you an idea to put it in your hand here, so you can show somebody.
Right. Now, if you did that on your own, it would be exactly how you see it on your calibrated monitor.
Yep.
So if you ever want to show it all, at a museum or a gallery, it's very, very important.
Black and white's even
Otherwise,
nicer.
you're going to get people from the peanut gallery saying, "Oh, that doesn't look too good."
But
there you go.
Yeah, black and white's even better.
Yeah.
So in black and white, you got to make sure your printer has both photo gray and blacks.
Yeah.
I had to put this comment up of Greg's, the lens hood on the 800's like a gallon bucket. Well, that's a good thing, because if you forget your drinking cup, as long as you bring some gaffer tape with you, you could just gaffer tape the bottom of the lens hood and use it for scooping some water out of the stream if you have to, if you get stuck.
He hasn't seen the lens hood on the old 600 then, has he? It's twice the size.
Yeah, that's even worse. You got one there, Roy? You got
I
one.
have.
You want to see Greg? You want to see a lens hood? Here we come. When Roy comes on here, you're gonna see a lens hood.
Hey, lens hood. That's a lens hood.
That's the trash can size.
Yep. On the 600.
What lens is that?
That's the 600 f4, the old one.
Oh, it's in two pieces, right?
Yes.
It's in two pieces. It packs up easier.
Look at that.
That thing
In an emergency, the city could use that for a sewer pipe.
Yeah.
Easy.
But,
That's what I call a lens hood.
I did get
Well,
That's a lens hood.
the
Your
December
lens
cap.
cap for your 800 is cloth. You know, it's already a bucket.
Yep.
Hey, Randall, I would say that Santa's been good to you this year, based on this.
And he's only got a week to work.
Yeah, I mean, what else can Santa possibly bring you now? I mean, look what you got there, man. You're all set. You're all set.
I'm just gonna give Roy my shipping address and see what I get for Christmas.
I've done all the postage. Every address I had, I sent some lenses and stuff. I've got less than 200 Nikon lenses.
We have Sanjit's here. He's finally out of the jungles. Well, that's good. Now the question is, if you're not in the jungles, where are you?
And Sanjay, we need to see some pictures for next week on
Yes,
the photo
yes.
review.
You got to send Sanjit. You got to send a few some pictures in for the photo review. Matter of fact, since I'm mentioning that, let me throw that up as a reminder to everybody, because I've only got about 15 images, and we're only a week away, guys, and I'd really like not to get them all in the last 2 hours.
2 hours and 1 minute it is then.
So please try to send these pictures in, and Chuck, we're as before. I'm challenging you, my friend, to get a few shots of some wildlife with that 600 that you got. We hope that you send in a few images. You know, we got to pick on you somehow. So send in an image. Send in an image so we can pick on you, man. You know,
He doesn't get a pass.
you don't get a free pass. You got a pass for months now, buddy. It's time for you to start kicking in some pictures.
We
Gotta
need to
get
know.
you.
We need to know if that lens works.
Yeah. We got to get you back into the swing a little at a time here. You know, we'll start with some pictures.
Well, we expect to see him on February the 10th. You know,
Roy's going to be back in a minute. And we've got a few things. I don't know if they still have. If it was just a Friday only thing, I'm hoping it's not. But let's just throw out a few things that I noticed that were really, really good. I mean, if you were in the market for a Z8, and they had $300 off, and if you went on, you know, whether it be Adorama, Paul's Photo, you know, numerous of the major chains, you know, you got, not only did you get $300 off, but they threw in a Low Pro Nova all-weather 2 shoulder bag, which is basically worth, you know, almost $100. They threw in a memory card, 128 gigabyte memory card worth about $45. So, you know, that was a pretty good deal if you were in the market for a Z8. I mean, hopefully the sale is still going on. And obviously there are tons. I mean, I spent hours myself looking on Nikon USA at all the rebates they had on lenses and things like that, deciding whether or not I was going to break my own promise and not buy any till next year. But I held fast. I did not buy any lenses. I did buy a vintage camera today, but I did not.
Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tim.
What camera? What camera?
You're right,
What was the
Royal
camera?
pick on me. Well, I bought in America, it's called a Konica auto reflex. In Japan, it's called an auto rex. I bought the Japanese version, ordered it from Japan. It was one of the world's first 35 millimeter SLRs to provide automatic exposure control at shutter priority. And it's not TTL, however. But the reason I got it, because right now I'm getting more. I think I'm getting definitely more selective what I want to add to my vintage cameras, and it has to have something that's unique or different or rare or whatever, and it also has to be a working camera. What this does, which is cool, is it can either shoot full size 35 millimeter format, 24 by 36 millimeter size, or you could flip a switch and you could do half size like you would with
Like a crop.
a half frame, which would be 18 by 24 millimeters for like portrait shots. So that's kind of like the old Olympus pen, but the Olympus pen is half frame all the time. So this was the only camera ever made where you can switch on the fly from using the full negative size, or go to the half size route for portraits. So that's why I ordered it. So hopefully I'll get it in about a week. It's coming from Japan. Now, of course, back in the day, if you flip the switch one way or the other, mid-roll or something, it would not work. It would not be a good day if you sent your film in and got it processed through an automated printer, because the automated printer would not be able to adjust with the different orientation and the different frame sizes or whatever. So unless you were just getting your film processed and then you were doing the prints yourself, or you were having the prints done somewhere where they're doing them one at a time, you pretty much either picked one way or the other. But of course, like nowadays, if I were gonna flip it mid roll or wherever I wanted to, it's irrelevant, because I'm just gonna get the negatives developed and I'm gonna scan the images. So I'm not worrying about it when I'm using a scanner. I can reorientate it with a click of a mouse button, so it's not a big deal. But I wanted something that I try to find something that has a story, and once I get it and I fool around with it a little bit, I'll do a video on it and share it with everybody, because I like finding products and Konica, back in those days, the Konicas, I have one that I did do a video on a while back. This was the original Konica. They call it the Konica 1, although it doesn't have a 1 on it, because the next model after this, when you looked at the top, it said Konica 2. Okay, but this thing is heavy. This thing is built like a tank.
What kind of mount is it?
It could take a lot of abuse. Well, this particular model, when it came out, it's a rangefinder camera, is a fixed lens.
Oh, okay.
So it's not an SLR. It's a fixed lens, but it's got a 50 millimeter f3.5. Of course, this is back in this camera was made in which one reason I bought it. You probably won't have enough light for you to read it. It says, no, you're not going to be able to see it.
Too dark.
It says made in occupied Japan
Wow.
on the bottom of the camera. So that's one reason I bought it, because you're not going to find very many of them that say made in occupied Japan.
No, you won't.
Jeff, I hate to butt in, Jeff, but I'm bingo time here. I know it's been a while since I've been on the stream. I miss you guys, but Saturday nights are busy for me. I do miss those Wednesday afternoons. Were always fun, but maybe Chuck will start those up again.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that in short time you know, he is like his goal, short-term goal is within 3 months or less than 3 months now, come on as a guest on this show. And he's working on his speech is the big thing that he's working on right now. And once he's comfortable, then that'll be great. I mean, I'll hope for the day that we get the Chuck as we know him back, and so that we can razz him a little bit and have some fun.
Yeah, well, that's February the 10th.
Okay.
February the 10th. Okay.
All right, guys. So good to see you guys. I know I'm short here, being a stinker about it, but hey, got the family and work, and keeping busy. But I get out there as much as I can and go out there and have fun. So you guys don't be too late tonight.
Well, have a good night. I mean, and thanks for coming on. Hey, just come on whenever you want. 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Just good to say hello, James. Just good to say hello.
Good to see everybody.
Yep. Have a good day, James.
Yep. Have a great weekend.
Send some pictures for next week.
You betcha.
Yeah. Send some images in.
All right,
Take care.
Signing off.
Here, buddy.
See you, James.
So for me now, in terms of collecting stuff, it's got to be something that's kind of unique and different. Otherwise, I'm not just gonna buy stuff to buy stuff. So, but anyway, enough of that. There's a lot of deals out there, and for those of you that are software gurus, because there's so much software out there for cameras now and everything as well. I mean, there's tons of deals from Topaz and you name it, it's out there. I mean, you can usually get a pretty good list of from Nikon rumors of what software manufacturers are offering for deals, and then obviously you can either buy it directly from their website, or some of that stuff gets sold through your local retailers as well. Small Rig has deals on stuff for the Nikon brand. If you're looking to buy, any of that stuff for your cameras. Per Gear has a sale on CFEB cards. If you go on Nikon Rumors, it'll show you all the different memory capacities, storage sizes that they have available and how much they cost. And obviously, there's more third-party Z-mount lenses constantly being announced, whether it's from Mikey or TT Artisans or Cerui, or every time you turn around, there's more lenses that have either come out or are coming out for the Z-mount. So all that is good news for folks that are looking for options. But as always, I caution you to when Nikon has an agreement with Tamron, okay, so because they have an agreement, you're not worrying about whether or not that Tamron lens all of a sudden isn't going to work on your Nikon body. Because they got that agreement, Nikon's going to make sure that if they update their firmware, it doesn't screw up its compatibility with these Tamron lenses that are being made for Nikon, because they got a deal. Okay, now some of these other manufacturers who may have lenses that you say, man, I really like that option. I like the price of that lens. It's a lot cheaper. I'm just starting off in photography. I can't spend a lot of money on lenses. The only danger is if they're basically reverse engineering everything because they don't have an agreement with Nikon. The problem that you can run into is that lens may work for you on Monday and then all of a sudden not work for you on Friday. So you just have to do your due diligence and understand and learn about the manufacturer, find out if they have any kind of agreement with Nikon. If they don't, then it's kind of like you're taking a chance. You're taking a chance that 6 months later, that lens may or may not work with your camera anymore, and it may never, ever again work with that camera anymore. So you got to be careful what you do.
Well, it may just work in manual mode, so
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of glass that's like that now, but I bought it that way, so it doesn't matter.
So Jeff, Eva has some questions about she bought a Godox system for her Z lenses and camera, and she was asking about recommendations of modifiers.
All right. Let me.
Wayne was helping, and Randall was also helping there. But I'm sure there is some recommendation here from the group in the panel today. Although we're
Yeah.
missing Roy.
Let me try to find her. I'm way behind.
And Randall was helping her also.
Exactly.
Is this the question here?
Yes.
Yep.
This is where we need Roy to come back.
Exactly.
I don't shoot a lot of flash anymore, to be honest with you. So I cannot. I'm not going to give you any. I mean, put it this way. I mean, what flashes I do have are Nikon flashes, and I'll usually bounce the light off a ceiling, or you can find all sorts of attachments that attach with Velcro for bouncing the flash off of a card that sticks up higher away from the flash unit. You get the different. If you have a Nikon flash, you have the different attachments so that you can have the light match maybe what light you have in the room, like whether it's incandescent lighting or tungsten lighting or that type of thing. You have different kinds of colored snap-on plastic pieces that have different colors to them, so that you can balance out your flashlight with your room light. So some of that stuff comes with the flash. If you're getting into the pro photo lineup, or depending, or and you get if you're using a strobe or you're using something off camera, then that's where a lot of these modifiers, you get the barn doors, you get all the different soft boxes and different types of things that you could get. And a lot of it depends on, to answer your question kind of loosey-goosey, is I guess we need a little more definition in terms of how you're using the flash. Are you just using it for casual shooting, friends, family? You're going to leave the flash on your hot shoe? Is your flash off camera on a bracket? Is it on a separate stand? What is your methodology in terms of how you want to use your flash? Because that's going to vary what you may or may not use for a modifier. So you might want to just throw us in a little extra information, because if it's on the flash hot shoe, obviously you're not going to put some gigantic thing on top of it.
Yeah.
The answer to your question is going to depend on where you're mounting your flash and how you're using it.
But at least for sure, I think with the Godox system, she's going to be fine. And I think, since unlikely Nikon is not going to produce a flash system dedicated for the C system, I think it's a good decision to go for Godox or Profoto, Westcott, whatever you decide.
Yeah, I mean, I think I shot weddings. I did a handful of weddings. I'm going back decades. Let's just say more than a few decades. And a lot of the flash photography I had to do because I was a one-man show. I didn't have multiple light stands. I didn't have multiple flashes. I used a either I bounced it off the ceiling, providing the ceiling was white. Sometimes you bounce it off a wall. Sometimes I'd use I'm trying to think of the name of it. It almost looked like a plastic piece of Tupperware that you put on the front of your flash. You guys probably remember who made that.
Gary Fong.
Right. So there's all these diffusers for strobes that you could buy, but if you're getting some of the more powerful flashes, the Godox models or whatever, then they're going to have a bunch of accessories for diffusing panels and stuff like that for their flash.
And she mentioned the model of Godox that she got in furthermore.
Let's see. Okay, Godox 685. CT685-2. So let me see if I can.
Well, and now we know what you want to use it for, the stop motion for hummingbirds. Okay, that's
well, I mean, I don't know that you would. I mean, are you using anything to neck down your power output when you're doing hummingbird shots, Gustavo, or are you just shooting the flash without any attachments? How are you using it?
No, I shoot in manual, do a TTL reading, and then go back to manual. And in the current setup, I have 2 flashes, but mostly it's not truly a hummingbird photography, because the hummingbird photography with flashes, basically you're trying to stop the motion with the flash, and that requires sometimes multi-flash setup with you have to have a printed background. It's very technical. I have a couple of books on those. I actually can recommend something to Eva here. I think I can check it in a second here. There is a great nature flash photographer that has an excellent book. I will pass it on to Eva here in a second, but I need to look at it in my iPad. So the different styles. I mostly use it for a little bit of filling and color and for the hummingbirds, and that works well under the trees in the shadows. Okay.
So this flash that she got has a guide number of 197 feet at ISO 100. So it's got a lot of power. It's got a lot of power. Its zoom range is 20 to 200 millimeters. Tilts from -7 to 120. Rotates horizontally 330 degrees. Recycle time is quick, 0.1 to 2.6 seconds. Runs on 4 AA batteries. Compatible with Nikon ITTL. Yeah, I mean, I would think that to start with, personally, I have used flash with birds that, it's been a while. Not that I haven't done it. Gustavo does it more than I do, but I would just start out with going in manual and adjusting your flash output power, because you don't want it to overpower the scene. You need to freeze the movement of the wings as best you can, but at the same time, you don't want to necessarily use full power, because that flash has a lot of it packs quite a wallop. So you maybe you experiment with set your flash, set your shutter speed to your flash sync, adjust your f-stop accordingly so your background is exposed correctly, and then use your flash as a fill flash, but then adjust the power as need be, so you don't so you get just that little catch light in the eyes of the bird. You just want that catch light, but you don't want to overpower it. And like with a hummingbird, you got a lot of them have a lot of different color patterns on them or whatnot, so you don't want to blow it out. So it's it's going to be some experimentation, as Gustavo could tell you, that you're gonna spend a lot of time experimenting.
So Eva, the book that I recommend, it's a PDF you can download. It requires some contribution. It's actually Flash for the Nature Photographer by Gregory Vasco. He's basically based in Costa Rica. He's probably one of the best nature flash photographers, and actually for you, Eva, he used Godox. So whatever advice you got from him in his PDF book, it will translate. So I'm going to type the name of the book or the PDF and the name of the person, the photographer. It's a great resource. That's actually one of the books that I use, and it's a nice read, guys. But particularly that's for nature specifically. Obviously, it translates to many type of flash photography as well. So let me type it here now that I found the book, and you keep going there.
Yeah, Wayne, I'm looking at Wayne's comment where it says saw someplace you can get up to $500 off, and I think that's on the Z8, but that might be one of those scenarios where you could get $500 off if you buy it with a lens. You get extra off. They were doing that kind of a deal too.
So we bought ours too early, Jeff.
Well, yeah, there's always buyer's remorse, right? And not necessarily because you're not happy with what you bought, you're just not happy with what you paid for it.
Yeah, but the 8, 9, and F are fantastic cameras. So.
And Roy had chimed in here, Ava, an S bracket will enable all Bowens modifiers like soft boxes, etc. But
Yeah,
soft boxes and stuff, I would think are more for people, portraits and stuff like that than they are birds. So I would just start with knocking the power down on your flash and using it in manual mode, like Gustavo said, and find.
Tim have been experimenting also with flash, correct, Tim?
Yep. Not with on-camera flash, but with off-camera.
Yes. Same
I started grabbing a bunch of. I didn't really know what she was shooting, and then when I was grabbing everything, she said she was interested in shooting hummingbirds primarily. But I mean, there's a lot of different modifiers you can get if you're using on-camera flash or something like this. This slips over the lens of the camera, and it's great for macro photography. You can diffuse your flash with something like this, and I think these are they're not that expensive. They're maybe like $10. You can find those on Amazon.
I thought that was your snowshoe.
No, I don't need snowshoes here, Jeff. You can get something like this too, which is a mini softbox, which will basically goes over the flash. It's got a little Velcro strap on it. Just goes right over the end of the flash. And then you can just tie that on like that. They're pretty good if you're doing small product photography. They're a little finicky, but when you get them on, they work okay. Something like that. They're cheap too. I think these are like $10, $15 on Amazon. You could get something like this. This would be better for people. This is just a 24-inch fastbox. It opens up pretty quickly. You can deploy it very quickly. You got that, and then you just put your flash in the back right there. This one's set up for the Godox A1. It's got a magnet, so it just goes in there like that, magnetized. And you can hold that or put that on a stand. And then if you get a Bowens mount, I mean, your options are really limited. I mean, unlimited rather. But if you're just starting out and you don't want to spend a lot of money, I would recommend umbrella. Just get an umbrella and play around with that. The more people you shoot, the bigger the umbrella you want.
Or if you shoot them after Thanksgiving, you're going to need a bigger umbrella too.
Yeah.
Yeah, John's commenting in here on people about the printing and this is so. I mean, John, I think once a year I struggle with whether I want to buy a printer and if I bought a printer, it would not be it would be a high-end printer, I mean, relatively speaking, not $4,000, but it might be $2,000. or somewhere close to that. But then I just say to myself, I just don't print out, since I don't sell a lot of prints. I sell a few here or there. I just wouldn't use it enough. But man, I agree with you. You want full control of the process and get the best result, man. Yeah, you calibrate your monitor, you calibrate your printer, you use the right, the recommended settings for the type of paper that you're going to use, and so on and so forth. You're definitely not going to be unhappy. And a lot of these printers, actually, the home printers that you could buy, a lot of the commercial printers, I've talked to MPix, I've talked to other commercial printing places, and most of them only print in 250 dots per inch. A lot of these home printers will print 300 dots per inch or more. So your home printers, the higher end printers that you could buy for your own work, should actually give you better results than what you would get by a commercial.
Jeffrey, of course, your home print is going to print way better than commercial printing. Because commercial printers, they're just, all they do is CMYK, because that's all you need. Because you can't put inkjet printing technique on media that's used for publication. It just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But I got this home printed, this Epson, P800. I think it's about 1,000 plus, maybe.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. It's just that the learning curve is a bit high, but YouTube's got at least 10,000 channels on how to print fine art.
Yeah.
You're
right about that.
It's free, right? So it's no big deal. But to see your work printed, and then you buy these high-end cameras and you look at it on a computer, it's kind of a shame, because you get a Z8, Z9, whatever, and you get these expensive lenses, and when you print it and you go, oh my God, did I shoot that? Did I do that? It's amazing, very self-satisfactory.
Yeah. My only complaint is some of these printers, they're like they'll do, like, you print with the aspect ratio 3:2. So I'm doing 8x12s, 12 by, if I send a printout, I do 8x12s, 12 by 18, 16 by 24s. And so a lot of these printers, they won't do a 12 by 18, they'll do a 13 by 19, or they'll do so I can't. So you can print it you could print your image as a 12 by 18, but then you got to trim it.
Yeah, well, because the papers are cut, unless you custom order the size of paper.
Yeah.
But usually gallery prints are, 19 by 13 anyway. In English terms, as they say, A2 plus.
Yeah.
Something like that. When you hang it on the wall. But yeah, otherwise you have to trim it.
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing that I do with my prints, John, is that around the house, I standardize the frame and the mat. So if I want to change them, correct? At least, you can, if you always print the same size on the same frame, you can reutilize your frame every now and then. You change your displays around the house.
Well, in the old days, Gustavo, we sat in the dark room and started shaking tray.
Exactly. Well, but
and you're so happy when it comes out and you go, wow. I mean, that's why we got into the game, right?
Absolutely. No.
It's like magic.
Printing is
then
half of the business. It's half of the business.
Well,
I think we got too spoiled, right, Gustavo?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I see Randall, certainly for Randall mentioned that way down at one point. Here in Colorado, where the air is so dry, those printer heads, if you don't use them regularly, they dry. And you were complaining about the ink. Is actually the ink, you don't even use it. correct? Because you drying your printer heads, and then you have to clean them. They are
Yeah,
filthy.
yeah. You gotta use it.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, even in the high humidity climates, Gustavo, it's the same. You just got to use it.
Exactly.
and you don't have to use it every day. You could do a print
No.
once a week. You'd be fine.
Yeah,
You know,
but if you use
because,
it once every 6 months, then you
yeah.
got an issue.
because those printers do. You have that tank that you have to buy. You know, where it kind of like it always keeps the print heads clean and keeps them from clogging. So it's always even if you're not making a print, you're using ink a little at a time, even though you don't really necessarily realize that you're using ink a little at a time. But
especially when you flush those heads,
yeah,
it's costing you some huge money.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Oh yeah, the ink is painfully expensive.
Yeah, well, consumables, right? The printer
But
is
I agree with
cheap.
you, John. The better quality paper and the better quality print, in the long run, makes sense. So in the old times, you were talking about the old time. You probably remember Cibacron, correct? Cibacron
Yes.
print. Those were the standards for slide. I still have prints made in Cibacron, and they have in basically archival paper. Obviously, I didn't print them myself. This is from the 80s. That's still no fading, no nothing. It's perfect.
Well, Cibachrome was big deal, Gustavo.
Exactly.
That's huge money, Cibachrome.
Yes.
And that's basically the best way to make prints out of slides.
Yes, exactly.
Out of positives.
Yes.
And wow, to get Ciba, that you got to have huge money.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's a box ink.
Exactly. Then you have to clean those slides so well before you even send them.
Oh yeah, it's wouldn't want to do it.
No.
Yeah. So Jonathan De La Rosa says the Canon Pro 1000 needs to be run every 60 hours or else.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
And we won't elaborate on the or else part because or else you'll be having words come out of your mouth that your wife puts her hands over her ears because she doesn't want to hear you cussing anymore.
Well, all you have to do is when you go to your printer, like once a week or every few days, you can hit test print and just stick a piece of, legal size paper in there and let it run, and it'll go through the test. And then there you go. The heads are clear.
Here's Joe Mack. You have to use it every 2 days or else you just waste ink when the printer does a purge.
Yeah, when it does a purge, it's big money.
That's yeah. I mean, I would love to be doing my own prints. I know they'd look so much better.
Oh, Jeffrey, I mean, it's some of the pictures you take and you see those bird pictures on a huge print. You go, wow, did I do that?
Yeah, although printer service here, John, I'm sure that Malaysia is the same. They are not perfect, correct? But if you take care and work with them, they typically give you a good service and a good price. So that's what I do.
I mean, in the States, Gustavo, there's a lot of professional. If you don't want to do it yourself, there's a lot of pros out there that do archival printing. And you just send them your TIFF file, and they'll ask you a few questions, and it'll come back immensely beautiful.
Yeah, some of these printers, like what John owns and other printers that are out there now. I mean, some of these printers have 200-year archival ink now instead of 100 year.
Easy.
Although 100-year archival ink is going to be good for 99.99% of us, but they actually have 200-year rated archival inks. But it all depends on where you hang your print too. If you got the sun beating on it all the time, it isn't going to last 200 years.
Even when the sun beats on it, Jeff, like here where it's so hot, it's no problem. My pictures still look incredible. I use I have a print master guy that I use if it's going to be, like some of Diana's prints that she makes are huge. I mean, I obviously can't do it on my small Epson, but he's very, very, very good and reasonable price.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think Greg is saying, I mean, when you print it yourself and you see it coming out and you're watching, oh, it's going, it's
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's cool.
It's cool.
Well, when you let's put it this way, I mean, you guys know I'm a big Art Wolf fan, and Art Wolf sells a lot of prints, and his staff, he has, the real expensive printers, that, I mean, $7,000 printers or whatever they are on the big stands that, weigh a ton, that need 3 guys to move it or whatever. And but when you buy a print from him, I mean, they're printing it out there. They're not
Yeah.
sending it out. He's printing it out at his business, and that's what you're getting. And
I've been to his studio in Seattle.
You visit Art Wolf in Seattle?
Yeah. Because
Wow,
he's from Seattle.
He's
from
you have to
Seattle.
tell.
I don't know the guy, but I went into he has a gallery.
Oh, okay.
Studio on I think it's First Avenue South.
Okay.
Yeah, I went there. He's an old timer.
Well, he would go on Creative Live, which is like a where you could buy courses, educational courses and stuff like that. And he's done courses for them, and they're in Seattle. And he'll go there sometimes, and he'll do sometimes he'll go there to do like review other people's photos, and they'll make a show out of it or whatever. And he'll look at other people's photos, and he'll comment on them and give them suggestions. And he'll go into Lightroom or whatever he's using, and he'll tweak their image, during the show, and show them, what he did and why he tweaked this or tweaked that. And so he's very involved in, like you said. I didn't realize he had a studio in Seattle. Well, now it makes sense why he's done classes that that are tied in with that.
Well,
company.
he had his own line of camera bags and camera accessories, and then he was tied up with REI for the longest time. I don't know if he is now, but then he kind of disappeared. I don't hear much about him.
He's still, I don't know exactly how old he is, but he's older than I am, but he is still doing trips to Africa.
Then there you go.
He is still he is so involved with. You look at his workshop schedule. He goes everywhere. He goes everywhere as if he was like 30 years old. I mean,
wow.
He is still extremely active. Where some other photographers that are in that same generation might only do workshops from the area in which they live. They don't really do any Africa trips anymore. They just do stuff local. But he still goes everywhere. He goes to Iceland. Wow. He goes to Iceland. He still goes and takes pictures of tribes in different countries, and goes to Japan, trips to Japan.
You should go on one.
What were those monkeys, that like to go in the hot water baths or whatever that people take pictures of. So he goes there, and he's busy. Yeah, he's very busy.
You should go on one of his trips, Jeff.
Can't afford it, man.
Yeah, they are not cheap.
If you got 13 grand and up, then you can go. I don't have that kind of money.
You know what? Here's the deal, Jeffrey. I've been on these African safaris, right? If you do it yourself, it's half the cost. You're already a pretty decent wildlife photographer. What's he going to teach you? And you got 15 other people or more that he has to contend with. You just go with yourself and arrange it, and then just do it on your own and save half the cost. You're going to see the big five guarantee anyway. They're going to come to you. You don't need to go to them. So you can save half the cost right there.
Yeah. Well, it's like certain it's like I could see like if you say a lot of these guys do workshops in national parks and stuff like that, and national parks are huge, and if you don't know the park, and if you don't know the park, you need somebody that knows the park.
Well, yeah.
At
Well,
least
that's
the
what I'm
first
saying.
time you go, you need to go with someone who knows the park.
Believe when you hook up with an African safari, you got to go with a guide anyway,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And there's tons of these guides, local guides that'll show you exactly where to go and how to shoot, what time to shoot. You know, you don't need to buy the cow to drink the milk.
No, I don't
You
need
know?
anyone to show me what I need to do to get a good picture of a lion.
Exactly,
or a tiger,
exactly. That's my
I
point.
just
So
need
then,
I just need to find the lion or the tiger. I
right,
don't need to.
and that's a no-brainer because
Yeah.
you go to Serengeti, the lion's like 2 feet in front of your car. And then the drivers are so good at sniffing out, you know, and they're always on the what do you call walkie-talkies talking to each other and says, all right, the wildebeest are going to cross the river in 10 minutes. You better go now. And then boom, everyone goes. So you're not going to miss anything. No way. If it's on your bucket list, man, go. It won't cost you I don't think it costs you 13 grand.
No, not you said not if you hire the guy and you do it do it yourself.
I can help you out if you need some names. You can do it yourself. And it's best that you do it yourself because you don't have 15 other people with you. You're in a Land Cruiser and there's only you. You get 3 people, you get 4 people in the Land Cruiser, forget about it. You're not going to get the shot because everyone's going to go to this want the same shot. And 2 inches to 2 feet can make a difference between getting a good shot and a bad shot. So you got 4 guys in the Land Cruiser. Wow, they all want to go to the same spot. But if you're there by yourself, you just tell the driver, "Hey, move up another couple inches." No problem.
Oh boy, here's one for you, John. I'm going to pull up here. You didn't see this from Jim.
What's he say? Sorry, I'm late. Just got home from a 2-day fishing trip. And guess what? There was literally a dead guy. DOH. With his camera. What the hell? Somebody drowned?
A floater.
He was fishing and he says, "Oh man, I got the big one. I got the big one. I got the big one." And it's like, "Oh, wait a minute. This don't look good."
Oh, it was a murder.
Oh, wow.
Murder?
Oh
man. Let's see the pictures.
Oh man.
That's a situation there. Were you there, Jim, before the yellow tape? Marina del Rey.
And Sanjit's agreeing with your commentary on paying for workshops and tours. Better when you don't have a group
Marina
shoving
del
you.
Rey. I've been there. Marina del Rey, Tim. That's a
Oh, wow.
high-end condo area, isn't it?
That's not far from me.
Wow, you got a floater at Marina del Rey?
Crazy.
At the harbor. The harbor.
Yeah, at the harbor.
Harbor.
It's right near Venice Beach.
I had a friend who lived in those condos there. It's near the airport, isn't it?
It's not far. It's right near Venice Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Oh,
yeah,
That's
it's
when
not
we're
far from the
sleeping on the
airport.
boat 500 feet from our berth.
That's not how you want to remember your trip. It really isn't. That's not pleasant.
I saw
Face
this
down.
dead guy a few years back. He went jet skiing out in during the monsoon, and the poor kid, he didn't make it, so they towed him up onto the beach. Poor kid. Oh, what the heck are you swimming out in the water for during the monsoon?
I'm gonna throw in a little general discussion stuff here.
Hey, can we talk about one thing that I missed?
Sure.
Last week?
Yeah.
We all know that we have global issues. So what about this global shutter?
Well,
you're trying to you're trying to hit the hornet's nest here, John.
Well, I missed it last.
Well, let's just
global
say
shutter.
I'll say I tip my hat off for Sony for doing it. No issue acknowledging that they're the first to announce it anyway. Okay. And that kind of that kind of ties in with something I'm going to lean into here in a minute. But the thing is, you know how like when you got a computer and some software comes out, and then you find out, well, the software is ahead of the hardware, and sometimes the next time you look, the hardware is ahead, the hardware is ahead of the software. And I think it's kind of one of those things in a sense, because the capability that you can talk about that you get with, say, your flash sync 1/80,000th of a second flash sync. The problem is here your hardware, aka your camera in this case, is going to be much higher than your capabilities of your flashes. So you're not lying with what you're saying, okay? And no one's saying anybody's lying here. You're not lying with what you're saying, but sometimes what your hardware can do is a couple generations ahead of what the other hardware that you're going to need to work with it can do. The other hardware is not there yet. So that's kind of the problem. I mean, you got some good, you got Sony's, to me, and I'll say it outright, and I've said it a million times, Sony's the best marketing engine of any camera manufacturer. They outmarket everyone
by far,
because they've been in the game from a consumer electronics scenario for decades and decades and decades. They know how to market their products. Okay.
Well,
but,
you drink their Kool-Aid and you're gone.
Well, I mean, it's just that, I mean, congrats to them for doing it, but obviously it's still way early in the game in terms of people being able to use the camera, try it out, really see real world results with shooting it in RAW and seeing if theoretically or technically the dynamic range will not be as good as a camera that can shoot at ISO 64, because your dynamic range, the lower you can go with your ISO, the better your dynamic range. And
exactly.
it starts at ISO 250. Okay, so
it starts at ISO 250?
That's the lowest it can go.
Oh, really?
So you got to say, okay, what's that effect going to be on dynamic range?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a photographer engineer, but it's not going to be the same as another brand that can go to ISO 64. So it's going to have pros, it's going to have cons, it's going to have and like I tried to say when we were talking last week, and I didn't want to come across as hopefully I probably did, because nowadays sometimes if you state something that is probably factual, sometimes people just say you're full of crap and you're bashing a brand. Well, I don't like to bash any brand because I've owned most of them. Okay. In my lifetime, I've owned pretty much. I've shot with Sony in my lifetime. I've shot with Canon in my lifetime. I've shot with all the brands in my lifetime. Now, so I'm going to say they've got a unique product. They're going to have a unique product, but it's going to be a kind of a niche type of product. It's going to appeal to certain genres of photographers more than others. It's not really a generalist type of camera, in my opinion. It's niche-y. It's sports photography, and I guess you can argue one way or the other whether how much it benefits someone that does a lot of flash photography, because, like I said, the flashes don't sync. Even if your camera flash syncs at 1/80,000th of a second, how much output power are you going to have coming out of that flash? Are you going to be lighting up a insect that's 2 inches away from your lens. I mean, how much light are you going to have? So,
well, you know, as a sports photographer, 25 megapixel is definitely not enough.
well, I mean,
Sports,
well,
because
think
you
about
gotta
it, John.
crop.
It used to be plenty, because how many sports photographers were always toting around Nikon D5s and D6s?
Well, me for one, but it was different then. But today, when you shoot the Olympics and at 25 megapixel for sports, especially when you do detailed shots, you're gonna have to crop in. And that was in talking to my AP friends who use Sony A1. They like it because they got enough megapixel to crop in for their editors, for the photo editors. But this one, yeah, it shoots at high speed. But the problem is, they don't have enough data to crop in to send to their photo editors on the fly, especially detailed shots when showing the face where there's emotions and stuff like that.
They're going to be able to shoot 120 frames per second raw because of this sensor. But one comment that I made, and others have made it, is that sports photographers are not shooting raw anyway. They're shooting JPEGs.
They shoot exactly. They shoot.
They're not
JPEG
shooting raw files.
There's
so
no way.
because no one's going to edit those. They don't have time for that.
They don't have time. And if you shoot raw, they don't want 120 frames per second, and you got in 1 second you got 120 frames. Now you got to get the best picture out in 5 seconds. Well, how are you going to go through 300 frames in 5 seconds to find the best one? They all look the same.
So Wayne brought the rumor about the C9H as well, Jeff.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
The rumor of a Z9H, to me,
I don't think so.
And just to prove, if a Z9H came out and the rumor is, it'll be half the megapixels of a Z9, so basically you're talking the same megapixel size as an A9 III, and you're talking a potential global shutter and all that. If they do that, it's no skin off of me whether they do it or not. It doesn't matter to me whether they do it or not. I don't, for my style of shooting. I mean, I like a camera that's more an all-rounder camera, because I shoot a lot of different genres. Okay, I've done weddings, I do macro, I do street, I do nature, I do small animals, I do large animals, I do landscapes, I do seascapes. Okay, so I'm not looking for a camera that's just specifically for sports photography. And I've done car racing, like Gustavo's done car racing. I used to go to Lime Rock racetrack in Connecticut, and I used to do the American Le Mans back in the day when they had the American Le Mans teams going through there. I took a lot of pictures of the cars at that racetrack for sports car racing. But so I do a lot of different things. So I need a camera that's more of a generalist camera. And personally, my personal opinion is, I would rather, if I'm a Sony user, I would rather have the A1.
Well, yeah. See,
I would rather have the A1.
That's the way that those guys at AP are using A1, because they need the megapixel in order to crop, because they have to crop. Now, when you shoot motorsports, like the other day, the MotoGP was in town, right? Those guys are shooting at 1/15 of a second. 1/15 of a second. And they're not shooting 120 frames per second. 1/15. Why do they shoot 1/15 of a second? Because it shows the drama when they pan.
Yeah, of course.
So when you pan, right?
And Wayne's calling me out, which is correct. It does 120 frames per second JPEG as well. But I'm saying it's still at 24 megapixels, which, like I said, on the D5 and D6 days, those cameras were slightly less than that, and that was what all the Sports Illustrated guys were using, and so on and so forth. But technology has changed, as John says, and the demands of the business have changed. I mean, I think realistically that I understand why they came out with it in that size, because obviously if you're doing a global sensor for the first time, it's a lot of technology, it's a lot of development, and I don't think it was at that level where you could just jump in and come out with a 45.7 megapixel global shutter camera right away. So they had to start small, and they'll work their way up to the larger sensor sizes as time goes on. But
By the way,
I just think for the price point of $6,000,
it's more than $6,000.
without a battery,
Yeah, exactly.
on it, it's $6,000. People are gonna say, I'm shooting the A1, man. The A1 does everything I need it to do.
For the same reason that in the Canon side, certainly the wildlife, most of the people are still using the R5 rather than the R3, correct? Because the higher megapixel, so they're still not. They didn't go to the R3 as much as probably kind of wanted, correct?
Yeah, it's a matter of when you're and because the only way that you're not cropping as a wildlife photographer is if you're fortunate enough to have the longer glass, okay, then okay. But even with the longer glass, you're probably still cropping sometimes 10-20%.
That is one thing that actually pissed me off when you have a wildlife photographer say, "No, I never crop."
Oh, yeah, that's horse bucking. That's like you're talking out of your.
Exactly.
Peterson.
Talking out of
Yeah,
your
but who's Jeffrey? Who says that? I never crop.
Let's just say,
Our friend.
Let's just say
Exactly.
I like that.
Do I have to say a name?
Yeah, there you go. Let me take a screenshot.
That's a bunch of malarkey. That's like trying to just say I'm so stinking good I never have to crop, and it's like you know what? Now should that be your goal? Yeah, that should be your goal.
But it's an occasional photo that you take that you don't have to crop.
That should be your goal, but if where you get away with that being almost something you can do every time if you're doing landscapes.
Exactly.
Right. So you could say I didn't have to. Oh, there we go. Wait a minute, leave it up. I gotta drag you over with that one. There we go.
Which, by the way, is an excellent photographer. No doubt about
Absolutely.
it. Tim has always got
okay,
the
you have to mirror your.
Okay, Rocky. Let's go, Rocky.
Tim, you have to mirror your camera.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, but
I like that, Tim.
Yeah, that was good. He's getting to be like like Roy. He turns around, he gets something that's he just happens to have it behind him. Just wait a minute, turn around, look what I got.
Getting my Roy on.
Getting his Roy on, yeah.
Mr. Bullwinkle.
Just as an aside, when it comes to the global shutter, is that the high-end video cameras that we can't even find on Google have had global shutters for a while. And Sony is in that market. So all that they're doing is they're taking the global shutter that are their high-end cameras and they're tweaking it a bunch and making it a whole bunch cheaper, and they're putting it into something that consumers can afford.
But John, in your case, I agree, David. But let me ask John here: if you were to cover the Olympics, would you take a Z9 or a C9H with 24 megapixel?
Oh, I would take a Z9 for sure. It's more than capable. I use D1. Sports. D1H. Remember that? I think it was like 2 megapixel.
Well, Albert's in the house, so hello, Albert. I just noticing you now, and I apologize. I don't have the wherewithal to constantly look at who's in the chat, so I apologize that you've probably been here all along. So, Sony's not doing anything wrong here, you know, and I know some people feel they're being beaten up because they came out with it first, so everybody else is jealous, and it's like, for me, I'm not jealous. I mean, if I want a Sony, I'll buy a Sony. If I want a Canon, I'll buy a Canon. I mean, I shoot what I shoot, but I obviously have shot a hell of a lot more, excuse me, than just Nikon in my lifetime. As have most of the people on the panel here have shot. You know,
Yeah.
David has Olympus, David has Nikon, David has different cameras. You know,
But it's definitely the start of something, correct? It's the
oh
beginning.
yeah. You got to, somebody's got to be first, and somebody's going to start. And I actually thought it was either going to be Sony or Canon, one or the other. Wasn't really sure who was going to be first.
See,
and-
both
and-
Sony and Canon have a video camera line.
Yeah,
And they're just taking some of the technology that they've been developing over the last 20 and 30 years, and they're moving it into a consumer grade camera. You know,
well,
and
I think Canon. See, the only reason Canon probably wasn't first is Canon is very careful about not wanting to make a hybrid camera so good that it cuts into their cinema line. You know, they protect their cinema line, you know, and Sony does too, but I think Canon's really, really careful about how far they want to go with what's in a hybrid camera, you know, because they make a lot of money with their cinema line, and Sony does too. I mean, Sony, you know, you watch a football game, how many cameras shooting a football game have Sony written all over them, you know?
and those cameras go for about 60K plus, you know.
Yeah.
Some of them are probably way over 100. And
But
that's
they, you know, so it's and you know, and I mentioned that I thought, you know, the body was like, if you really look at the video specs are good. They're not like blowing everybody out of the water with the video specs. They're competitive, okay, with the video specs, but not something, you know, out of this world. So you're basically, to me, if you had a BSI sensor in there, 24 megapixel BSI sensor in there, that camera body would be $2,500. Okay, it wouldn't be $6,000. So the rest you're paying for the global shutter. Now, if it does things that are important to you and you need it, and makes your job easier to get your work done and saves you money, then by all means, you know, go ahead and drop the coin, man. And nobody's stopping you. Nobody's saying you don't do it. I mean, it's just
the issue I have with this whole Sony thing, and a lot of it is not the company, but it's those influencers. You know, it's the influencers that drive me nuts. You know, it's a game changer. Blah, blah, blah.
A fellow YouTuber who shall remain nameless didn't like the fact that I commented on some other YouTuber's channel that I think the term game changer is overused for a lot of things. Game changer is like a clickbait verbiage to get you drawn in.
Yes.
And if you're someone that likes to do clickbait titles in all your videos, then you're going to love the term game changer. I looked at it as a natural evolution of camera technology, because we knew this was coming 2 years. We knew 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that this was going to happen. We didn't know what, you know, to the day when it was going to happen, but we knew it was going to happen. So it's evolutionary, you know. I mean, game changing is like wow. I mean, that's strong verbiage to use. And
how many titles like that did you see, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
I mean, 24 hours later is one after another.
And I got called out by another YouTuber who argued with me and said, I'm absolutely wrong. It is totally a huge game changer.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not going to say who that person was, but I said I politely disagree. It's great that they did it. Thumbs up to them. but I look at it as an evolutionary change to camera technology. Not game changer to me would be we put 100 megapixel sensor in a 35 millimeter mirrorless camera. It's 100 megapixels and extremely low noise and blah blah blah, great dynamic range, blah blah blah. That would be a game changer.
Yeah.
That would be a game changer.
And Jeff, you know that in engineering, correct, and science, most game changer things, we only recognize it 10 years after, 20 years after, when you see, oh, these change, all these self-professed game changers at the beginning of an evolution curve, typically not. But anyway, so we're talking here about Jonathan is asking some questions that you probably can comment. I think Wayne is helping as well about Apple computers to process video.
Well, all I could tell you is what I did, which was not cost. If I did a cost benefit analysis, I made a big mistake as I bought a Mac Studio.
Ooh.
So I
You jammed it full.
I bit the bullet because I don't have I got the M1 chip version, that came out.
Which still worked very well, correct?
And I didn't buy the one that had the highest level of cores and all that kind of stuff. No. But yeah, I bit the bullet, and that's where I always laugh when we can always start a good argument about, is it cheaper to shoot with a digital camera or a film camera, because man, you certainly have a lot of costs that you expend on the digital side between upgrading your computer. You almost have to upgrade. If your computer is more than 5 years old and you haven't done video and you want to do video, you're going to have to buy a new computer, or you're going to have to update your computer. You're going to have to update the size of your hard drive, or you're going to have to buy some big external hard drives if you're going to get serious into video, because storage and speed are important. So unfortunately, it's a very painful journey when I went into the video side of things to complement my photography for my YouTube channel. But yeah, it's a huge cost, and the fact that my finances are in the negative numbers, it wasn't necessarily a smart decision on my part, because I'm not pulling in any income from any of this stuff. This is just, I like to do it. I like sharing with people, and so it's hey, I have, what do you call it, the gas syndrome sometimes, like everybody else, right?
But you don't see, and important Jeff, for Jonathan, Jeff, you don't see any slowdown when you process your 4K video, correct?
No,
that M1 chip.
You could be doing 8K on. You could do 8K easily on the M1 Mac Studio, and you're not going to see anything slow down. You could do the only time you need anything higher than the M1 chip really is if you're someone that's really you're working for a studio or something, and you've got multiple 8K streaming things going on at the same time, and you've got all this stuff active and you're processing it, or you're doing stuff on the computer at the same time. I mean, if you're doing 1 or 2 8K pieces of content, you're fine with the M1 Mac Studio. If you're really you're pulling in the big bucks doing productions and stuff for National Geographic or whatever. Yeah, you're gonna buy the $8,000-9,000 computer system, but you are gonna spend money. I mean, if your computer's 5 years old or older, you're probably gonna have to do a major upgrade or change your computer. Period. So it's.
I'm looking at you with my 10-year-old iMac.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
well, I got
the monitor's got my
iMac. I got my iMac in a cabinet that still works right on the other side of me, right, and be in a cabinet closed up right now. But I still
have. My monitor's got one big line down the side.
But for Jonathan, I think the recommendations that we're giving, I think for Wayne, with the the release of the M3, there is a lot of good deals on the M2 Max and in the M1 Max. So that seems to be a safe way to go.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta take the other better half out for lunch.
Okay. You
Yeah, I actually have to go too.
Going
My
out,
dinner's
going
ready.
out for turkey, John? You going out for turkey?
No, I don't think so. I've been eating turkey. What do you call those? Hot turkey sandwiches for the last 3 days. You know. No, I've had enough turkey for a while.
Well,
Christmas.
John, thanks for coming in as
Yeah.
always, sir.
Next
a
week,
pleasure.
huh? And Tim, good to see you. It's been a while.
You too, John.
You know.
I'll see you next week. You gonna be
Gustavo.
on with? You gonna send in some photos?
For when? Next
Yeah,
week?
for next
Next
week is the
Yeah,
photo
yeah.
review. So
Yeah, sure.
have
Yeah,
you and your wife send in some. Have their wife send in some stuff
Yeah.
too.
I'll send you some pictures of mother-in-law and what we did.
That still work, John.
Okay,
And Gustavo, that still works. Make sure you say nice things.
it counts. It counts.
And you earn some points, great.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you get some brownie points. That is right.
And
All
there'll
right,
be no
David,
dead body.
Gustavo, and everybody,
John.
Wayne,
Bye,
and
John.
Mike.
Bye,
Farrell.
Tim.
Take it easy.
Take care,
See you,
buddies.
John.
Have a
Hey,
good
Jeff, I'm taking off too, but I'll come back. I'm just gonna go and eat some dinner,
All right, sounds good.
but I'll be
You're
back.
allowed to eat.
I hope so.
You're allowed to eat. I'm just gonna drink. The Nick saying I think Sony's catching on the ergonomics with the A9 III body. Yeah, it appears that they angled their shutter release button similar to what Nikon does. They changed the grip a little bit. So I don't know. I didn't really look into it close enough to see what the distance is between the grip and the lens body, because that was always my. I tried Sony cameras, to be honest with you. I looked at them heavily, but for me, I don't have like meat hooks for hands, but I have fairly long fingers, and I could not. My fingers got pinched between the lens barrel and the grip, and so ergonomically, their cameras didn't work for me personally. But I mean, I know a lot of female photographers who obviously don't have fingers my size that shoot Sony a lot, and they love it because the camera is small, feels good in their hand. It all depends on the size of your hand, and I think with the A1, they improved the ergonomics of the A1 is better because I held one of those. Still wasn't quite what I would want. I could live with it, but still wasn't quite what I would want. And the A9 looks like it's an improvement. A9 III looks like it's an improvement from the A1. So yeah, I think they are going on the right track. It's just you've got to scratch your head and say, well, look at how many camera bodies they've put out, and why did it take so long?
So Wayne is in the green room.
Okay. Here we go. Hi, hello, Wayne. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Hey, we're peachy. As I say, my wife, I'm peachy, and she says, "What does that mean?" I go, "I'm peachy. I'm peachy."
Well, I've been peachy for years.
But I just want to throw something out that I looked up because out of curiosity, and I got a lot of little tidbits tonight. So since we kind of got, since John was kind enough to veer us into the crashing wall of the A9 III, it was kind enough to get us involved with that discussion again. So I put down a topic and I said to myself, so why announce the A9 III so early with a question mark? So
Z9H.
So the yeah. So the thing is, I looked at so one could say, okay, they want to highlight that they're first on the market with the global shutter hybrid camera and promote it for the Olympics in Paris, the upcoming Olympics in Paris. Okay, that makes sense, right? Now, something else I wrote down, which is just a theory that I have. They have more time to see the initial responses and reaction to this camera, and possibly where they might be able to make changes via firmware. You know, they get a little input or a little bit earlier. They have more time to tweak the firmware prior to release based on the commentary from the reviewers. And although like these people really aren't giving it enough, giving it in the sense where they really can do a good review on it, because they're not really out there shooting raw files and doing all that kind of stuff. But so the question is this a good thing to do, or doesn't it really matter at all? Because I went back but I did go back and I looked at some other camera brands when they officially announced it versus when they released it. So the Nikon D6, let me back up here. So the A93 ship date right now is approximately 3.5 months after their formal announcement date. 11/7 was their announcement date versus February 23rd, which is their anticipated ship date. Now, other camera brands, the R3 shipped 2 months after the announcement date. The R5 was less than a month after the announcement date. The Nikon Z9 was formally announced, not rumored, all that stuff, formally announced on October 28th and shipped on December 23rd, which was just under 2 months. So you can argue that the higher end cameras from their competitors basically had a 2 month or less turnaround from the announcement date to the ship date. And Sony's announcing it 3.5 months ahead of time. So my question to you guys, do we really care? Does it really matter? Is it a good idea, you think? Or is it going to be a bad idea to have done it? What do you guys think?
You mean to announce early?
To announce this early, yeah.
From my personal opinion, I think they announced early because someone else is coming out with something similar and they want to have that world's first title. So if you do that, you have development time, because typically Nikon is doing like February or March, the year of the Olympics, for their pro bodies. If you remember correctly, because I was looking at the D3X. I use it as an example because I remember that when I was doing a video, but it'll come out soon, about this thing, and I said, but Nikon did something similar some years back when they went D3X. It wasn't global shutter, but it was, I think, 24 megapixel sensor in that camera. And cameras along the line, leading up to that time frame was 5500, 6500, in that range. If you like a D2X or whatever, D1X, D1H, they would be a little bit different. But then here comes this one camera, you're going from 12 megapixel to 24 or to 20, I don't remember the number, and they were charging $1,500 difference for that. It was $8,000 for that body. So looking at Sony going from 4,500 to 6,000, it doesn't seem like that's big of a deal. It's really the same kind of like $1,500 jump from their current camera. Now, if they know that Nikon or Canon, whoever else is having something along those lines, that's going to be in the same price point, they can say, oh, it's another pro camera with the same thing. But again, let's take the world first title because we put it out there. Nikon
that $1,500 you're talking about, though, isn't for the same megapixel size. You're talking an A1 is 45, 40, whatever, 45, 40, whatever it is over 45 versus 24. So it's a whole different thing.
Well, right? And remember, they had the 50 megapixel in the A1 and then the A1. So it seems as though Sony's been moving up their price points little by little. And I've been saying that, like, you take the sensor out of the A7S III, you put it in the FX3, and you charge a bit more for it. You took the sensor, you put in a low body camera, the ZV-1, which is supposed to be a vlogging camera, and you're charging, what, $2,400, $2,500 for this camera? So then, they're moving these things up slowly in price. So now we see a $6,000 E9 what is the A1 going to cost when it comes out? They're getting you used to that price.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's let's put it this way. I mean, I could speak for myself, and I'll never pay. I will never be able to pay more than what I paid for my Z9. That's the highest I could ever go for a camera. So if they start getting into $8,000 cameras, and I'm not going to be one of them that ever owns one until it's 2 years
but remember,
old and it drops.
we're also not the pro. You know, if we did pro work back in the day, we're not doing like most of us on this channel. You know, that's not the kind of thing that we're doing. And like John would say, you know, your publishing house would basically have those cameras to issue to their people. Very few pros would actually buy it, but most of them, whoever they work for, are going to procure those equipment for them to use. So for us regular users, hobbyists now that we've gotten out of the pro side of things, yeah, we don't need that kind of camera. We're looking for more well-rounded thing. But for other people, up-and-coming young sports people who want that, there's always going to be a generation that, you know, that will cater to, whether they get it themselves or when their business buys it for them.
But what you both are saying is there is a reason why this announcement came at this time, correct? Is either what you're saying, Wayne, they're planting a flag because something else is coming, or they want to be sure that they are the first because it's important for their marketing, correct?
Yeah.
But there is something here that it will be revealed, correct? I think there are other theories here why. I think also I like the theory of they want to be the first, but I also like the theory that because they haven't made that many announcements lately, they needed to make an announcement before the end of the year. Otherwise, they will not be, they will be out of step with the other manufacturers. Correct? They don't want to have Canon coming with new cameras, and they still with the A1 stock for a few years back. Correct? So there is something going on. We don't know, but that announcement with such a lead time.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I would think, if anything, I would be really surprised if the R1 doesn't get announced before the Olympics.
Oh, they're all going to get announced before the Olympics. That's the thing.
Exactly.
So the question is, what kind of tech are they coming? How fast they're going to be? So if you already get it on the market, it's not everybody's following us because we announced first. The development may be going on ground. They got wind of it, and it's like, we can do it. Because remember, well, I haven't been a Sony guy for long, but last year, the FX30 and the A7R5, that was like October announcement. After that, there was nothing else for the rest of the year. So the A7C2 and A7CR weren't right before the ZF dropped. So that, in my expectation, is the last thing Sony's going to put out for the rest of the year, as far as camera goes. And we know, typically, you're looking into next year, February, March, or wherever, to June, before the Olympics, where people are saying, hey, here's my pro camera. Here's all the specs on it here. It's really good. So if you know Nikon is dropping something in February, as they typically do, and Canon will follow suit like well around March, then if I get on the board ahead of time and say, hey, here's my camera, it's not ready until March next year, but here it is. And like you say, Jeff, you know, the firmware on it is, there's a development firmware. It's not a 1.0, it's a 0.8 or something. So it's not fully ready yet, but play with that thing. Get excited that we have this thing.
The other strange thing, Wayne, is that if you look at what the influencers are saying, is that yes, the camera may come in March or April, but they have their expectation, probably given by the Sony reps, that they will get the camera sooner. So a lot of these influencers kind of insinuating they're going to get a camera within the next month. So that's also
to play with. That's like, you know, a lot of time these guys get the camera to use and try out.
Yeah, it's
and they can produce a video whenever they put it out.
Beta test version that may or may not be what is real when the time comes.
But they're going to have something. They're going to have an NDA that keep them with their mouth shut all the way up to March. Wow.
Yeah. Any faults they find at this point, they have to report directly to Sony so Sony can correct those things. They can't talk about them. They can give their preview video on it. But again, everybody's going to say it's still a pre-production machine on a pre-production firmware, because they're not going to get a production camera at this stage because the camera is going to sell until way later on down the road.
I threw up Albert's comment here because I mean, and you could say this about, okay, the Z9 came out, you know, I mean, some people, and then people would, and people did say it. Let's be honest. The Z9 came out, people would say, oh, why are you using a Z6? Right? Right. It's the same. It's just this mentality, right? So it's like a Z9 comes out. Well, your Z6. It's like all of a sudden this Z6 forgot how to take pictures. It doesn't work anymore. Oh my God! You got to get rid of it. Like Albert's saying it now. The Sony people are saying, oh, the Alpha 7 IV is an old piece of technology. You got to get the global shutter. I mean. The only thing I pressed on last week, and hopefully I didn't insult people, is you got to do your homework on all these brands when they come out with a new camera. Just don't suck up the talking points of the people that promote a particular brand. And suck up what the marketing people say, for whether it be Nikon, Sony, Olympus, or anybody. Okay, people don't do their own homework. Okay, it's like if because people don't want to wait, right? So there's going to be some people that'll buy this camera because they see it as the latest and greatest technology. They want the latest and greatest technology. They don't care what it's going to cost. They're going to buy it because they want to be able to say they got the latest and greatest technology. Well, do they need it? You know, that's where we get into Chuck's favorite saying, do you need it or do you want it? You know, type of thing, right? So, but no, that A7 IV isn't a piece of old technology. I mean, and you know, they take fine pictures. I mean, I don't see any pictures from the high-end camera brands that have fast enough processor chips in them now where rolling shutter is a problem at all. I have not had anybody show me a picture of a fan blade, a fan spinning at high speed, taken with a Z8 or a Z9, where you have rolling shutter on that fan blade. Now, so okay, if we're talking capturing a bullet, well, I don't know. I never tried to take a picture of a bullet before, so I can't speak for that. But for a typical environment that you're shooting in right now, the high-end cameras that are available from the manufacturers with the faster processor chips do not exhibit a rolling shutter problem now. So they're not global. They're not global.
Well, and
they don't have a rolling shutter problem, but obviously with global shutter, you're never going to have a rolling shutter problem, right?
Certainly for the kind of thing that you and me do.
But you're not having it now with what's out there today. So your advantage is your flash sync is whatever you want it to be, or I should say limited by whatever your flash sync is on your flash, would be a better way of wording it. Not limited by your camera. And if you want 120 frames per second raw, you can have 120 frames per second raw.
Yeah.
So there you go. But you can get into the minutia, and you can say, are your memory cards fast enough to handle this stuff? How long of a buffer do you have? Blah, blah, blah. You can go down the rabbit hole and you can dig up all sorts of stuff, and you can raise all sorts of questions. And you know what? It's way early in the game for this camera. Other than my opinion that the term game changer is way too often overused by everybody. I mean, it's clickbaitiness at its best. But you know what? Wait until, if it's a month from now or 2 months from now, and people get that camera in their hands and they start using it, then you find out some more information. It's too early to be. People should applaud them for what they did, which I do. I applaud them for what they did. Congratulations to Sony. You're hearing this from a Nikon-centric channel. Congratulations, Sony. Okay. But buyer beware on everything from any brand, Read the fine print. Find out what gets sacrificed in order for you to have this other feature. What does it do to something else? There's always a cause and effect. Be able to get this level of performance at a certain thing. Maybe all of a sudden your bit rate drops or something else occurs. And until you read the fine print in the manual, which you're not going to see and or no one's going to talk about before that camera gets introduced, you'll find out after the fact. And you'll say, well, nobody said it wouldn't do it in this mode.
Well,
I'm sure there
I'd
will
like
be-
to make a couple of comments about the global shutter here. And if you just think about this from a technical viewpoint, is let's just say a global shutter existed so that it shot it it recorded everything at the same instant. But now you've got to have memory in your global shutter to remember that, because the pipe that sends that to your processor will not take everything at the same time. So it's going to be 64-bit, a parallel pipe going down to your processor, and that takes time. Your processor's got to handle it, and then it's got to go to your card and everything else. But the whole thing is that for your information, when it is sent from your sensor to your processor, that's not global. That takes time. It can be a 64-bit pipeline going down, but it still takes time. And the way all of this stuff works, and when it gets back to developing a camera, it takes between 4 and 5 years from the time somebody gets in their idea in their head, this is what we want to do, put it down on a piece of paper, and until you start producing these things. And so they probably had models out for a while yet, trying to get this stuff working, and they're taking their global shutter, and I think global shutter is a misnomer, because technically it can't work because it's not fast enough.
Chuck's taking off, guys. If you want to say goodnight, quick.
Okay, good night, Chuck.
Chuck.
And you got to look at the processing power. They're going to need a new processor to go with this, and they're going to need lots more RAM in their camera to handle this. And I think doing it at the price that they're doing at is probably good. But when you're shooting sports high end at the Olympics, how much glass do you have? And then what's the value of all your glass? So what's another $1,500 for your camera? It's nothing.
Well, the people using them aren't paying for the cameras anyway.
No, they're not.
They're part of the AP pool or whatever, and they're getting the cameras supplied to them by Sony.
Yeah.
And but the sad thing is, like John said, if now, like I said, John's opinion was that they need to be able to crop, because they're not always shooting. They're not always using that camera to shoot at things that are going to fill the frame, and they need to have some croppability, and you don't have a lot of croppability with a smaller megapixel camera. And so a lot of them like using the A1s right now. They have that extra play, and that camera is going to have great results for sporting events without any problem at all. So you got to ask yourself, okay, well, if all of a sudden they're force fed, all of a sudden they take all their A1s away and they give them A9 3s, it'll be interesting to see the reaction from the sports photographers, because they may or may not be too happy because of they're used to the A1, and the A1's a great camera.
And they'll probably be carrying around more bodies, one for each piece of glass that they have.
I mean, I don't know. But
let me add in the technical portion here for a bit. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead.
When Dave was talking about the camera needing more memory and so on, you have all of that inside the camera. The The thing we have to think about, and I said this when they saw on the screen, it produces files at 6 gigabits per second. And we that the actual memory card that they use doesn't record that speed. So you have to ask the question, where's that coming from? That's the memory that's going to be in the buffer that will snap all of that folder and then eventually to the card. So the internals will handle the speed as what the sensor is kicking out, and the processor is handling that as well. They've had this on an XR processor for the last few years that we're using. Some of them have moved from 1 XR to 2 XR processors. So they've been bumping up things so the camera can that a lot of people miss is as far as the internal portion, as you were saying. How does transfer data out? Yeah, they definitely have to put that memory on board. So what is some new style of memory that can run at lower heat to keep the heat down inside of that body? They're utilizing that to keep the frames that high and then buffer it off. Because the memory, it's not going straight to the memory card because the memory card can't write at that speed.
Right. Absolutely not. And that's another area where I scratch my head and say, I don't get the logic of wanting to just stick to those CFEA cards. They're not as fast. They cost more money. They don't have the capacity.
As a user of it, it doesn't get as hot from my use per case, recording 8K up to like 20 minutes on the A7R5. It doesn't get as hot as me doing 8 minutes on the Z9, the Z8 with the CFB. So there's something that they're doing as far as how they're compressing the files to fit their 8K versus, what you're fitting on a CF Express B. Because you would think about, hang on a second, why do we need this really high speed CF Express Type B to record up to 8K? And Sony's doing it on a CF Express A, which is, 800 megabytes? Sorry, megabytes per second.
Well, video isn't where you need the speed. You need the speed when you're doing. You think about it though. The other thing the talking point for years has been, A1 does 30 frames a second. I mean, that's where you're using data. That's where you need the speed. Is if you're shooting 30 frames per second raw for stills. You don't need the speed as much for the video, but the thing is the video, the amount of storage you can get in an A card isn't at the same level as what you can put in a B card either if you're shooting video for a long period of time.
True, but remember a lot of that is still being buffered inside the camera because the Z9 and 8 can do up to like 1,000 images. That camera, I forgot what the number they say, it's not going to be 1,000 images before you can push the card. So, the Z8 and Z9 is better than the A9 III.
Well, they say they can do 1 second, correct? Which is 120 photos.
Well, 192, I think they say you can get in 1.6 seconds. So we know that the Z8 and Z9, even though it's 11 megapixel, if you even go down to 60, the amount of frames that you can still continue to fire off after you hold that shutter is way longer than what Sony can do.
What I do want is that now that they have the pre-capture roll, that comes as a firmware update for the C8 and the C9. That I do like.
Yeah, I think we can get it. I think personally, Nikon has been feeding us bits and bits and bits of things over time, and it's like with each point upgrade you get, it's like getting a new camera on the Z9. There is so much more that comes on this X-Speed 7 sensor. When you go from 1.0 to 2.0, 2.0 to 3.0, 3.0 to 4.0, it's like, wow. It just throw a whole bunch of stuff inside of it. So will there be a 5.0? Will they give us more stuff? I don't know. I kind of thought about something because I'm like, everything else is on sale, but the Z9 is not on sale. Why is the Z9 not on sale? Are they planning on doing some more tweaks to it and say, hey, why are we going to put on sale? Because this is going to be the same camera. It's not going to be a Z9 H or S or whatever. It's with the same camera, but now we're going to throw a firmware upgrade in there, and you're going to have this really fast sports camera. Or I could be wrong, and it'll be doing a Z9H. We'll see.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting too is, we're all assuming that everyone's going to do a global shutter, and I think eventually that will be the case. But in the meantime, I mean, don't be surprised if when it comes to, like I said, I don't hear anybody complaining about rolling shutter on a Z8 or a Z9 or one of the high-end Canon models or one of the higher-end Sony models.
No, it's
But
a minor thing.
but you know, in the interim, you know, or in lieu of, I don't know, that might be too strong a word to say in lieu of, but who knows? You know, they may just come out with an even faster processor chip.
Speed 8,
like an Speed 8 or something that allows them to do more things than. I mean, I don't think they've really pushed the Exceed 7 as much as they could if, you know, like I know from emails I've gotten and comments I've seen, the comments I've made is you know, obviously there's some Sony folks that aren't happy with some of the comments that some content creators have talked about on the A9 III, but I almost feel like saying join the club. I mean, how many years did Nikon people have to hear, oh, the Z9 is nothing compared to the A1 because the A1 does 30 frames a second and Nikon only does 20 frames per second. You know how old that got? Hearing that? Oh, but that was okay. That was okay when it was that side beating up on Nikon. That was okay, right? But the real deal was 30 frames per second wasn't at the same bit rate as the 20 frames per second was. Okay, but nobody ever mentioned that. Funny. No. That's like I said, that's one of those things. You got to read the specs. You got to read the manual. And because I can tell you right now, there's no way in blankety blank blank. If Nikon wanted 30 frames per second at the bit rate that Sony is using in their A1, they could do that in 10 minutes with a firmware upgrade if they wanted to. It's not important enough for them to do it.
No. Okay. I don't think it's a bragging rights thing for Nikon.
But they could have done it. They could have done it at any time, and they obviously, you know, I could count on one hand how many times I shoot 20 frames a second.
Or in this case, where these kids are excited about this 100+ frames per second, I'm like, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me why you would say that's fine. But I did see somebody do a YouTube video. It's like, yeah, you get this guy, you shoot this fast. You get this blah shoot shot, and then you can pick the one you want out of it for your YouTube thumbnail. I'm like, that's dumb. But that's what they do.
We complain about storage problems now. And we complain about the time we sit in front of the computer now editing our photos and editing our videos and so on and so forth. You know, it for some, it'll be the coolest thing in the world. For someone like me, it's going to be like, I don't have the time to go through what I shoot now. Never mind if I just left it on 120 frames per second. Oh my God, I'd be putting out a video once every 2 months. I'd be going through I was spending that much time going through my images. I don't want to spend that kind of time going through my images.
On the other hand, the two things they implemented, correct, which is they all show that 120 frames per second as like a movie, and then you pick the ones that you want. That's a good implementation. And that function button that allows you to change speed, correct? That's a good implementation, correct? I would like to have that one, correct? That we can put a function button that say go from 5 to 20 and then stop back and go back to 5. That they're doing things that, like we said, we want the competition, correct? Because that bring improvement eventually to all the cameras. So there are good implementations. There are some fantastic good things in there, correct? Not all necessarily the global shutter, but certainly that C5. But the same way that the improved ergonomic for them is great, correct?
Yep. So I made a video a few months back about, you know, mirrorless and this, and I said, mirrorless is basically video, right? You can snap off a 120K for 4K 120 video and then go through that, scrub through that, and pull out a file, and then export it, and you have a JPEG and say, okay, I have something good out of that. This is basically what they're doing. They just basically took that idea. I'm not saying it's still my idea, but it was always been there. If it's based on a video camera and you tweak it for photo, now you're taking the stuff and you're making cameras without shutters. It's fast enough that you can read straight from the sensor and get information from it. Now you can jack up the speed as far as how many frames per second it's capturing. And then all you do now is, oh, it's a quick movie, and I can go through that and like, oh, stop at this frame. I like this frame by frame. I like this one. Let me stop right here. Let me back it up. Oh, eyes just kind of closed. Let me open. Oh, eyes are open. This is great. I'll take this one. Boom.
Our
done.
friend Mr. Stewart is taking off here.
All right, Dave.
So thank you for coming on. And what's your next photo adventure?
Next weekend, I'm going to be back up in Sylvan Lake. We're watching the aurora or the sun, because it's been misbehaving lately and the weather hasn't been the best. But anyway, they go up there, you get everything ready, and what happens? It doesn't show up. And the last time I was up there, and I was expecting a so-so show, and I brought the shortest lens I brought was a 28, and I wish I had my 14 to 24 with me, because it was just overhead. And it didn't last very long, but it was good. You know, it's not one of these things you get to do all the time, but I want to do it more often, and we're getting ready for it. And it's nice to have the camera competition. It gives us something to talk about and say that mine is better than yours, and then next week you can say yours is better than mine, and
Exactly.
and all the rest of this stuff, you know, and we all get gas and all that good stuff. And,
See, I like new cameras better than my old ones, because some of my old ones smell funny.
Yeah.
David, did you see that live stream from the camera store about that Calgary photographer and that shoot mostly at night? That was fantastic. That's very much in your area of photography.
And on Thursday nights I'm busy, so I don't get to watch that live, and I find there's too much BS with an awful lot of these guys.
But that was if you have the opportunity to watch it, because his photography, this guy, it was excellent. Correct. He did a lot of obviously in the national parks there in BC and Alberta, and he do all these methane bubble photography, and when the ice skating, when the lakes are just frozen. I think you should watch it. It's very much the kind of thing. I hope that you don't do some of the crazy stuff they do, but it was wonderful photography.
Yeah, I've gone through the ice 3 times.
Okay.
And I'm in no hurry to make it a 4th. Yeah, and I'm getting too old for that stuff, and there's no way I'm going on the ice without my self-rescue equipment.
Exactly.
Yeah, and but that being said, I have been on the ice when it's only an inch thick.
Oof.
And I tested the ice every step that I took with my axe, and every step the axe went through. But
wow.
I could tell by how hard that I had to hit it, how good the ice was, because it just froze the night before. Yeah, and there's so many things that you got to learn about all the rest of this stuff, and sometimes you don't learn unless you go through. But every time that I went through the ice, it's always been close to shore, because that is where the ice is the most unstable, because the ice is moving back and forth from the shore, and is very weak there. And if you can make it past that onto the open areas, you're usually safe.
Exactly.
But not always, but you still got to test it, and you got to have the right equipment to do the testing. And but it's So some of these guys, if the average person watches them and said, "Oh, I can go do that,"
No,
and don't do that, and
exactly.
you got to have. And part of your self-rescue equipment is you got to be wearing the right clothes, so
Exactly.
that when you get out of the ice and you got a half an hour or whatever it is to get to someplace warm, so you don't freeze and kill yourself.
Exactly.
And that's the big thing is like I always wear wool, and the reason why I wear wool because it is it's an insulator when it's wet, and when you climb out of the ice and you stand up, it's usually within 2 minutes your pants are frozen, but in those 2 minutes you got to be walking so that your knees will bend.
Exactly.
Because the last thing that you want is to be up there and you can't bend your knees. So if you can't bend your knees, you can't walk, you can't do a thing, and so, and the people that are with you, they've got to be wilderness aware also. And there's not even, well, most of the jobs that I've been on, if you didn't speak Cree, I didn't want you with me. I had a list of 5 people that were Caucasian mainly that I would go into the bush with.
Exactly.
And that was it, because I didn't trust half of them. You want somebody with lots of bush sense. And and I have a tendency to stay out of the parks because there's just too many people and too many idiots.
Yeah. But watch it and let us know, because it was fantastic photography. I agree with you. It's a high risk type of photography, correct? Like climbing, they do a lot of glacier caves and stuff that is and ice climbing and all that kind of stuff, which is fantastic but extremely dangerous. But watch it. It was a good presentation, David.
Yeah, I'll like my son, he does some bouldering and he fell and he broke his ankle.
Ooh.
And he had 7 pins put into his foot, and that's going to be with him for the rest of his life. And it's he's going to get arthritis early on.
Exactly.
This, and all it takes is something stupid like that, But anyway, I'll find it. Yeah, and like the camera store is only 500 meters from me.
Exactly.
Well, I've got 3 high-end camera places within a kilometer of me. And it's just great, and I get excellent service from all 3. But anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. And it's been nice being here again. And Gustavo, do you have the 600 TC yet?
Yeah. I'm going to make a presentation a little bit later.
No, I don't mean the I mean the TC one with the built-in teleconverter.
No. That one I don't.
Oh, you don't. Okay.
It's still in the waiting list for that one. Believe it or not, that's true. But
yeah.
That is still very difficult.
When you'll know when he gets that lens, because his background in his video, like right now, will be totally different, because he'll be shooting from inside of a shack.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I'm using my Zulu Foxtrot tonight with an F mount 24-70 as a webcam. So, and it works good, and I'm still buying F-mount glass because a lot of the Z glass that I would like to have is not being produced by anybody. But anyway, I'm going to let you go, and I used to say keep up the fair work, but you guys are a bit better than fair.
Well, that's obviously a matter of opinion. We'll have to take a survey.
Yeah, that'd be. I guess you need some more people following you, so you can take a survey.
Yes, I don't have enough subscribers to do any of the cool stuff that other people get to do. So you folks got to subscribe to my channel. You know, I get so few subscriptions. I get more cancellations than I get new people.
Okay. But bye, Jeff. Gustavo.
Regards to Anita, David. Regards
Take
to Anita.
care.
Hey, bye.
Bye, Dave.
I just I'm going to bring up a few things here to get away from the A93
Tony.
discussion. I think we talked about that enough, but we will talk about some other cameras though. But for those of you who, I don't know if you guys watched Gray's live stream earlier in the week, but they had some information. It was interesting because, you know, Nikon on their website, they're like talking about a new ENEL 25A battery that's for the Z30, the Z50, and the ZFC, and they provided absolutely no specifics. If you go to their Nikon USA website and you click on it, it doesn't tell you what the milliamp hour rating of the battery is, or how many watts the battery is, or anything. And so Khan did a good job and found an image of the, you know, the current battery, which is 1120 milliamp hours at 8.5 watts. And he had a picture of the new battery, and he was able to, you know, read the print on it. So the new battery is 1250 milliamp hours at 9.5 watts. So my comment is, does this mean a newer revised crop camera is coming out? No, they mentioned that Tom Hogan seems to think so. That every time they've come out with a new battery, they've usually come out with a new camera. So then one has to throw the conjecture out there. Is it a D500 replacement that everybody wants? Is it going to be a Z50 Mark II to, you know, upgrade the Z50? Because that's a little bit long in the tooth in terms of the specs. It needs to be updated, either updated or replaced with something else. Let's put it that way. So that's something interesting. It'll be something interesting to follow and see if we do see another crop camera from Nikon coming out sometime in the near future. Now, for a lot of people who have been, not pleased that, you know, Nikon was always, for decades, very conscious about trying to allow lens compatibility in their product line. I mean, going back decades. And of course, you know, that kind of ended with the Z-mount system and the limitations of the FTZ adapter, where if you had older AFD lenses that had screw drive, were screw drive driven for the focusing, were no longer compatible because they didn't make an adapter to facilitate those types of lenses. Well, Grace talked about a company called Mostar, Mostar, not monster as an monster, but Mostar. They have a lens adapter that supposedly was going to come out this year. Of course, this year's almost up. An LA-FE2, which will adapt, and this is the kicker, it'll adapt the Nikon D-mount lenses for use with Sony E-mount bodies. So the adapter is going to have a built-in focus motor for screw drive lenses, as well as dual aperture motor, stated to be available, like I said, the end of 2023, according to what Grace stated on their show. And of course, the theory is one would hope that a Nikon mount version would then be released later on, which would finally make all the Nikon faithful happy if they could use their old lenses on the Z-mount bodies. So time will tell. First, we'll see if they come out with it as reported for use with the Sony E-mount, and then we'll see how long it takes for them to come out with a Nikon version. And that's assuming, I don't know if they did something like that, if Nikon would have to give them the okay to do that. I'm sure that'll be interesting to see what happens with that, because Nikon can obviously do something to make sure it doesn't work with their camera if they wanted to. So
when that come out, we need Albert to review it, and then we will.
Right, we will get Albert to review it. That's right.
But Jeff, on this battery, so in your opinion, so that upgrade on the capacity of the battery, what that represent? 20%, 10%? What do you think it will?
Well, I mean, it's basically 10%.
Okay.
10% better. So the theory is that if you I think the general thinking was that if you came out with a pro level body and some of the probably some of the video technology you would put in it and whatnot, it would probably be drawing a little more juice, so you had to have a little bit better battery for it.
Okay.
So,
higher demand.
higher demand. So, but Tom Hogan always has some interesting commentary. I mean, some people agree, some people don't agree, but it nevertheless, it's always interesting. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And the lens adapter, that'll be interesting if they can adapt the screw drive Nikon lenses to an adapter to work with a Sony E-mount system. That would be pretty cool. I mean, it's just kind of interesting that they would try to make it work with a Sony camera before they make it work with a Nikon camera. That's what confuses me. So I don't know. So what else we got? Let's see. Well, you want to? Well, let's just check the chat quick, because I want to save the last scribble I got for later on. I want to get into your presentation here.
Okay.
I want to take a 2-minute break and run down and get something to drink. I'm going to let you guys kind of go through the chat here and see if there's any questions that need to be answered that you guys feel like tackling. And I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. I'm just going to run and grab something to drink and come back, and then we'll continue on. So
Beautiful.
I'll be right back, guys.
Well, the main thing I want to do when I come on was to talk about the Mac, and she jumped with the M1, M2, M3. That who was asking? I think it was
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Was it Jonathan?
Jonathan De La Rosa, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, if you've seen as far as the newer processors that have been coming out, they've been down in the speed of the memory. So while people think the new one are great right now, the M3, to get the best speeds, now you're looking at the top level max machine. You're not getting the fastest stuff unlike the regular machines anymore. And with these integrated CPU, GPU, memory stuff that Apple has, you're looking at getting what you need up front, or you can get stuck later on down the road, which means get as much memory as you want, the highest performing CPU that you can afford, and maybe hard drive. Well, solid state drive. But the solid state drive is not such a big deal. I was chatting with and I have this NVMe enclosure, which basically allowed me to stick an NVMe drive inside of it. And right now I'm looking for like a newer version that has the faster Thunderbolt 4 USB 4, because we know that everybody's kind of jumping up into the next specifications for, what is it called again? I forget the name of the group that does all the USB and CF Express speed changes. There's a new SD Express card that's coming out, CF Express 4.0. So there's a bunch of different things that are coming on the market. And as far as having those things, you're going to need a computer that can actually take advantage of the speed plus a camera as well. So I don't think the current cameras can, or if they can, they just haven't turned on that feature yet. Because we know when we had XQD and when the CF Express, we didn't think the capability was there. We thought we'd need a new camera, but then boom, flip over a switch, you're using CF Express. What's Jonathan say? Oh yeah, the internal SSD is pretty quick, and I'm getting like 2,800 out of these, so that's for me is sufficient enough for when I'm editing videos. That's my workaround. I have only have a 1 terabyte drive in mind, not a 2 terabyte. I thought about getting it, and I thought about the new M3, and I'm like, I don't know, because I've run 8K on my laptop a few times, and when I'm doing the rendering, it's not like the fan is kicking on or causing many problems. It just works. The media engine inside this thing can do how many streams of 8K and 4K. So you'll be fine and utilize. Is the newer one going to be much better? Sure. So if you're looking for future proofing, you can find that. But if you are stable, you're not moving around like I am, and you have a desk, the studio would be the better option to go with. And if you just want to get something and not get something later on, maybe the ultra version would probably be the next level. But again, if you're sticking with like the max version, then go with more memory and the high processor. And of course, you can give maybe a 2 terabyte drive inside of it and some external solid state. You have another question, Jonathan?
So Wayne, got a question for you. So when you do your editing, let's say you are preparing a video, do you work it out of your desktop in your hard drive inside the computer, or you still editing the files on all the in the SSD that is attached, the portable one?
I do both.
Okay.
So if I'm working on some 8K stuff or messing around, I would use this, because the 8K files is going to eat up the space in the hard drive. I have roughly 400 to 500 gigabytes free. If I take everything else off, that's usually what I have. But I also have a folder of working projects that will have a few gigabytes in it that I haven't touched in like months. So as the new stuff I'm coming in and I'm working on that stuff, if it's 8K thing, I'm going to push that down to 4K, then it'll be even bigger, because a few minutes of video and you're like 100 plus gigabytes already. So that will go there, and I'll work from here when I'm doing the editing on that.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
But as we all know,
well, now's a good time to pick up some stuff, right? Because
get your external SSDs and stuff now, right?
Yeah, because where is it? I have a SanDisk. It's a 4 terabyte. I think I bought it for 200 and something. Maybe it's 400 and something before I left the US. And I figured this is the better option to go with, because I can change it out. Yeah, I have this one here, 4 terabyte.
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
And I've been hearing people saying that they've been having issues somewhere after last week. Huh?
Exactly. I heard that those candies, I have some of those too, having some problems, correct? With
yeah. That's what I heard, but I don't know if it's the lower version, because this is the pro version, and I've not had an issue with this one at all. But since hearing that, I try to like keep some of the stuff on other drives, that stuff that I need, in case it does crap out, but it hasn't. So I have a couple hard drives. I mean, I have 2 of these. I have one was like for the storage, and there's one like the transfer file. So I would transfer stuff off the camera to that one. What I plan on using when I'm doing the editing, I basically create a folder in there, in the results project folder, and to stick the files in there that I'm going to be working on, so I can keep that and work from that one. And a couple, 2 terabyte drives, that's more than sufficient. I'm looking around for some 4 terabyte drives now, just for like longevity. But I also want to get one of the newer USB 4 that can give me more speed. So I'm still kind of waiting before I jump on that. That's the reason why I haven't anything new yet, because while we have, again, the new CF Express Type 4 and SD Express coming out, do I jump on one of these things right now? I'll just wait. And I think the best thing for me is to wait, because I don't have any failures right now. I have enough space, and once I move the stuff off to one of these things, then there's a Crucial. There's another 4 terabyte one that I have in another bag, and that's basically like the archiving stuff.
We got
And what I do after that,
got Jim taking off. Jim, aka Real Nikon Lover, taking off. So have a good night, Jim.
all right, guys.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for visiting. Yeah, I picked up one of those 4 terabyte Crucials last year, pretty cheap when they had around the holidays.
Yeah,
It was too good of a deal to not buy one.
exactly.
The Samsung ones are also nice. I still have quite a few of those Samsung. The 2 terabytes, they're good value for money.
Yeah. My thing with the Samsung is the one that when I look at the speeds, they weren't as fast enough for what I wanted. So that's why I ended up with a Crucial. Because I know for editing video, I was thinking long term as far as speed. If I jump into 6K, 8K, when you run your speed test, this thing can handle it. So I'm buying stuff from Amazon, testing it, and sending it back. Doesn't do what I need. I'm thinking about future growth because I would spend money up front and then for years I have this stuff.
So
let me ask you
a question to you both and see what is your opinion. So you were to buy, let's say, another CF Type B. Would you buy in the future a version 2 or a version 4? If you were to buy one, you still will stay with the version 2 rather than the 4?
4 is too expensive. It's not worth the money.
Yeah, for what you're doing right now, I mean,
not worth the money. It's way too. It's way more than what you need.
Okay.
What's out there now will handle your 8K without a problem.
Yeah.
So what is that? What's that new one for? Something that doesn't exist yet, or just a little bit faster, a little more capacity. It's just not. It's just so the cost. The cost is not worth the gain right now to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
although
the 4.0, I think it's.
Go ahead,
wait for some of the other manufacturers to come on board with some of their 2.0, because even though 4.0 is out there, like you're saying, if you're shooting 8K, some of the 2.0 will work very well. So,
although the prices there don't seem as you know, there is also speed even on the 4, the CF Type B4, but there are some prices that are not outrageous, Jeff, compared with what we pay originally for the Pro Grade Cobalt. Okay, the lower grade of those Type 4 seem to be very competitive in terms of pricing. So,
but I don't have any. I'm not suffering from anything negative using what I have. Is what I'm saying. So,
sure. Same here.
So it's like I'm not at a point where my use case is such where what is out there now is not good enough.
Exactly.
No, and that's the key, right?
Even with the current version of the CFEBs, the thing is too, a lot of people, Nikon always had their recommended minimum write speed, so on and so forth. And a lot of these cards that have gotten a lot of promotional exposure through YouTube content creators and whatever are cards that are adequate for video, but they're not good enough for stills.
Exactly.
And you have if you're shooting high frame rates, let's quantify that. So if you're shooting 20 frames per second or 30 frames per second or whatever, some of those cards are not would not be recommended for that. So that's when you get to where, okay, if you want to save a little money on the cards, you can buy the ones that don't meet that minimum speed that Nikon recommends. You could get away with that for video. Okay. Put a little dot on it or something and only use it for video. Save yourself a few bucks. But I always buy the cards that meet the Nikon specs, for the stills. I mean, I think I have maybe one Angel Bird card that I bought strictly for video, The price was right. I bought it. I said it's going to be good enough for video, but I don't buy it for stills. I said,
Well, and for
buy-
backup, correct?
I buy-
Emergency.
I buy the I buy the Cobalt one. You know, that's what I use,
Yeah.
or the Delkin Black.
Exactly, the same here. But to have one of the cheaper ones for backup in case that your Cobalt or the Delkin Black are still in the process of being read and you forgot about it, then having some of the cheap ones at hand in your bag makes sense. It's not particularly.
Yeah.
And I've been noticing recently that some of the manufacturers are basically specifying, like, Angelbird will specify that they have one that's more for high-speed shooting and one more for video, because they're specified about like the AV Pro, AV SE, AV XT version.
Yeah.
And this is the Pro version when I got it a couple of years back, which they said would do up to 12K video. And now that I have the Z8, the best I can get from it was 8K 24. So when I looked into it at that time, 1300 megabytes per second is what the read speed added, and I guess it was good for certain levels of 8K. Not raw, and let me specify that raw. It will do regular 8K, but not the raw stuff. Now this one of the newer ones, and it says it has the read speed 1800 and the write speed 1700. The newer versions are giving you this, because in the old days, when you see the 1700 or whatever numbers on it, you're expecting that's like a sustained rate, and now that's like a burst rate at like maximum level. So the newer versions are now putting on there what sustained high-speed writing and readings rate is, which they should have been doing for years, because that's the
they should have all been required to put down the sustained read and write speeds.
Yes.
Not what it could do in a short blip of time. It should be the sustained, because that's what the camera manufacturers are requiring. So there's a disconnect there. So that caused so much confusion with buyers. How many videos were out there from different content creators that said that were all about what memory card should you use?
Exactly.
Yeah.
For whatever certain cameras, and my God, I mean that shouldn't even have had to become a conversation, because all people had to do was to have, all they needed to do was to have a standard nomenclature that what they had to put on the outside of the card, and people would just be able to look at it and say, no, not fast enough. Oh, yep, it is fast enough. You wouldn't have had to have 50 YouTube videos talking about the same thing.
Standards, call it standards.
Yeah, have a standard.
Yeah, well, it's all in, right? You can put whatever you want to put up there, but then the real use case comes down to it. What Brandon was saying, Ziff has both your favorites, V90 full SSD, and V30 micro SD, because when I was doing my video, I came across some manufacturer out there that had listed a V90 micro SD, and I'm like, what? That's out there? But here we are now, they're talking about SD Express. That's the new thing. And the only person I could find, only company, is Ritz Gear that makes one of those that's actually available for sale. So they seem to be, been working and figuring out how can we get this thing out to people. The reviews said that it's pretty good, it's fast as it says, but who knows if later on they will basically step things back and say, okay, we've made some money and stuff now, we can not go to like the higher level stuff, because the big guys are now coming out with things that are, reading at the maximum rate. Because the SD, I think it's like 850 on the read and 500 on the write. Well, we get lucky if we can get 299, and I think that's one company that has that. That next storage is the only one that has, write speed close to read speed on an SD card. So for years we've been seeing 300 megabytes, not sustained. It's only max, and when you go for the write, which is more important, what are you at? 170.
Yeah, and Jeff, the situation that you described for me with the same cards that you mentioned, the Pro Grade Cobalt or the Delkin Black, I never found myself yet a time when I have been shooting a situation where, and I use a lot of 20 frames per second, correct? That my camera start throttle, neither the C8 nor the C9. Never found that situation for me, correct? Because typically those bursts never exceed the 1 second, correct? It's always quick burst. So I never encountered the situation on the C9 where I had throttle, or the C8 for that matter.
Yeah, it's like in some ways it's deceptive practices in a way. But you know, everybody does it. That's the sad thing. It's like I read an article. I think it was on CBS Sunday morning. They'll have human interest type stories on their channel. You know, I mean, and it could be, you know, someone who one of them was actually someone from South Carolina that made handmade knives, cutlery.
Okay.
And they showed him, you know, hammering away the steel and doing the designs and custom handles, you know, and a knife would be, you know, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for one knife. But it was an interesting story. But then they had another story about a lawyer who I guess companies in general hate him because he files lawsuits against companies, and it could be General Mills, okay, deceptive or false advertising with their product, what they put in their cereal, or it could be misleading or deceptive specifications on piece of electronic equipment or whatever. And all the guy does is take all these companies to court and sues them for misleading the public in terms of what their product really does. You know, if somebody says, oh, this product has, you know, is made with canola oil or something, and he finds out there's only 2% canola oil used and the rest is something else, he goes after him. But it's like the same thing with the memory cards, right? I mean, it's in a way deceptive marketing, or even some cases the marketing on, as we talked earlier about any brand of camera that comes out, the marketing is, they tell you what they want you to know to get your interest and get you to want to lay out your hard-earned cash, but they're never going to reveal anything that minimizes the camera at all. It never comes up, and it's people like us after we've owned it for a while, or an idiot like me who reads the manual twice before I ever get the camera. And I say, oh, looky here. Look at this. Look at that. That don't sound right. This don't sound right. Okay. But most people aren't going to do that. You know, you go by what the manufacturer tells you, and you get all hyped up.
Well, yeah. Although nowadays with the internet, YouTube, and all that, eventually things come to the surface, correct? So it's
YouTube's kind of a bad thing, I think, because especially if you've decided you're going to do whatever the heck you have to do to get monetized, and you've decided you want to make a living doing it, you just have to sensationalize everything, because you got to get the people to subscribe to your channel. So you got to do sensationalism. You got to do clickbait titles. You got to do controversy. You got to do things that get people in an uproar, and that's how you grow your channel. And to me, that's what I don't like about YouTube.
Oh, for sure. But eventually, this type of situation you're describing here with false advertisement eventually comes to the surface, correct? So there is a normalization process. By the way, we have Rakesh come in.
Hello, Rakesh.
And it's a good time to put another solicitation,
a reminder.
Exactly.
Another. Let me. Let me find it here. Here's a friendly reminder, folks. We only have 1 week here. I don't want to get them all at Friday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I see Tim in here. Hi, Tim. Welcome back. So please send your images in as soon as you can. I mean, with the holidays and everything, we're all running around doing things, looking for Black Friday deals. And of course, Black Friday is every Friday from like 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, right until Christmas, right? So every Friday is Black Friday. Okay, Wayne's taking off. He says he's got to leave us. So Wayne, thank you very much for coming on. We appreciate your commentary as always, and we hope to see you again next Saturday. And keep in touch with us and have a good one. Thanks a lot.
See you, Wayne.
But let's try to get some images in, folks, because I don't expect it to be 60 or 70 images like we had last time, but it would be nice to have about 30, and we're only at about 15 right now. And I got to shame myself too, because I haven't even put any in the queue yet. But you guys, you know, that watch my channel, you see a lot of my stuff anyway. So it's just you don't really need to see anything from me. I'd rather have you see it from everybody else. I think at this point in time, I want to let Gustavo do a presentation. Now, Gustavo has spent some time, and I thank him for it as always. He has spent some time. As you may know, he has the 180 to 600, the new Nikon 180 to 600 f6.3 lens, zoom lens. He also recently acquired the 600 PF f6.3 lens, the new Nikon lens, and he has done some comparisons, one versus the other. So he has some, some things to show you and explain to you, because some people, well, I don't want to say some people, a lot of people will say, if I could get this zoom for $1,700-ish, right, and it goes to 600, why would I want to buy a 600 prime? Whether it be a PF or obviously, you got the $15,000 one, but that's a whole different ball game there. But I think it's important to understand why is one $1,700 and why is one 2 or 3 times more than that. And I think Gustavo is going to be able to explain to you why that is, and you can decide whether it's important to you or not.
And the first disclaimer here is, obviously, we are sharing that through Restream and the compression of YouTube. So it may not, what we are going to describe here, it may not come across the way we want it. And again, the other thing is that we're not saying that one lens is better than the other. Those are tools that we needed for different type of things. So Jeff, try to see if you can share it, the newest version that you sent. If not, I can try to share it from here. It's always easier for me.
Oh, you want me to
let's see if you
what you sent me?
Exactly. Let's see.
All right, so you're gonna have to give me a second, because I got that in my. Give me a minute here to do that.
If not, I share it from my end as well.
While you're bringing that up, I noticed that B&H has the 400-2.8 in stock. I think that's the first time ever that lens has been in stock.
Wow. Yep. Fantastic. Wow. That's incredible. I tell you, Tim, the last time I checked mine, I was still number 3 on the list here in my camera here in Denver.
Oh, really? Still number 3?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I got your last email that you sent of the
exactly.
No, but I'm looking for the first one.
No, use the mail from today. That has a PDF as well. If not, I open it here.
Oh. Okay.
Just in case that, always sometimes with the sharing thing.
Yeah.
But that's good, Mossman. That means that that is a lens that a lot of people want, correct? That 400 2.8.
Yeah, it is.
So give me a second. Let's see.
It's only 14,000. No Black Friday special on that lens.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see what we get here.
So you open that PDF, not.
No, this is not gonna. No, wait a minute. Let me get out of this.
Let me open it here as well.
No, let me get down to the. I'll get it here. I'll get here eventually.
Okay.
Just got to bear with me. You know, I'm old. I'm slow. I mean, that's comes with the territory. All right, so I can now. All righty.
Okay, so in the PDF, typically there is a way of see it like one slide at a time.
All right. Well, let me.
Like in presentation mode. But you're seeing it in. That's interesting.
See. No, I could do it single page.
That's the one. Let's do it single page.
Single page. And let me try to do this. So what I'll do is I'm showing it full screen. How does it look at your end?
Reasonable. I make the points, and if we require them, we try to. Obviously, here in Restream, people are not going to see the difference, but let's go through it anyway.
All right.
So,
when you're ready to go to the next page, I gotta escape out, go to the next page, bring it back in. You know.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the first disclaimer is also this is not a regular test. These are not a bunch of endless number of significantly from the statistic point of view. It's a comparison. Okay, it's me using the two lenses to decide when I'm going to use myself either one or the other. Okay, because I still like both lenses. Okay, so what I did in this test is keep similar conditions and settings. Okay, both were taken with a C8. Very important. Both were taken handheld. Okay, and I will make a point about the stabilization at the end because I intend to use these two lenses handheld. Although I very much believe that using tripod, these lenses I want to use it for being able to move around. Okay, so they were all 1/640 seconds. Okay, shot full open at 6.3. The ISO in one were a 640 and the other one 800 because I had to go on rush and chain lenses and the light changed a little bit. Taken from the same angle, there was that day sort of diffuse light. Okay, and I use the same raw processing workflow. Okay, so I'm going to show you some images taken full, no crop, correct, and then we're going to crop 100% and 200%. Okay, so the criteria here is like we were talking that we sometimes wildlife photographer have to do cropping is what kind of crop ability these lenses have that we still have sufficient quality of the image after we have to crop. Okay. All right, so let's go next, Jeff.
All righty.
So exactly. So this is the actual the 600 PF at 600 millimeter, no crop. Okay, and both lenses, and you will see, perform excellent, no crop. Correct. So you will see the images; they are fantastic on both of them. Correct. So this is the image as it was taken by me a week and a half ago. So go to the next one, Jeff. So unfortunately, the deer in the process of me going in and out stood up, and you can see that that kept more or less the same framing within my ability, and I didn't want to cut the legs of the deer. So again, this is with the 180 and 600. Fantastic lens, no problem. Now, when you start seeing the images, when you start cropping, and this may not be easy to see if we get to the end, I may share some. So this is at 100% crop. When you go 100% crop, you will see that the 600 PF starts seeing some advantages. The non-zoom lens, correct, with the being obviously non-zoom, but also being an S type of lens, do start showing some advantage. And most of the advantages you see is the definition in the hair, right? Some of the hair in the muzzle of the deer, you can still see that one has more definition than the other. Now, the next one is again a crop on the 100% crop here, the same deer, and you have a little bit of definition. Now, for us here through the stream, it looks almost the same. Correct?
Yeah.
So at 100% crop.
But I noticed, like when you sent me the native files, and when I looked at them on the computer, the first, I think the commentary that I gave back to you was that you could definitely see a difference in sharpness, especially in the hair, and the forehead. The hair on the ears was definitely sharper with the 600 PF versus the 180 to 6 at 600. I mean, that's and I think people need to understand that is typical. That is typical when you're comparing a zoom to a prime.
Exactly.
The prime the prime is. I hate to use the word always, but I think it is pretty much always. The prime is always better than the zoom at the equivalent focal length. And it's just and the thing is, like when you're looking at, like, this is 100% crop. I'll jump to his next slide, but realize too that what no one can really show you, because you would never see it on the computer anyway. And so, in all fairness to anybody who's evaluating an image, it's like sometimes you're looking at the 200% crop and you go, "Oh yeah, I could see the difference." But the thing is, how much of the difference would you see if you printed out two 20 by 30 prints, okay, with each lens? Because the way ink spreads a little bit, on print paper, you're gonna have a different result than when you're looking at pixels on your computer screen. So, so that's the thing that's hard to say. That's why everybody has to speak on how it looks like when they're comparing it on the computer screen, because people aren't going to go out and spend money and for sake of argument and say, every time I want to discuss the difference between lens A and lens B, I'm going to run out and make a bunch of 20 by 30 prints, and I'm going to be able to tell you, oh yeah, this is where I could see it was a little bit different on the print, so
exactly.
But here's your 200% crop with your 600.
Exactly. And then get to the next one. So let's see whether we can even see it, right? You can see the definition. Even I think we start to see the definition is softened a little bit. So it's not to say that the 180 to 600 is a bad lens. It's a perfectly good zoom lens, right? But if you're going to go and dedicate a lot of time photographing a small birds, that you're going to be doing a lot of cropping, the 600 PF is an exceptional lens, okay? The same way that the 500 PF was an exceptional lens, okay? So that's the recommendation, because some of the reviews that I saw about these two lenses is almost like there is nothing different between the lenses, and that is, in my opinion, not the case. these two lenses have different use, correct? They are definitely, the 600 PF is a superior lens if you want to stay with 600. Now, you want to maintain flexibility, and that's the case that I would use it. If I were to go on a place that I don't know whether I'm going to be at 600 all the time, let's say visiting Yellowstone and one of the, park where you don't know what you're going to find, the 180 to 600 will be better. Okay, it's the same way that if you're going to be very small birds and you're going to be standing from a location that you probably go with the 800. Okay, so all these tools have different usage. Okay, but to say that the 180 to 600 image quality is as good as the 600 PF, that is not the case. Correct? At 600, is superior.
Hey, Jeff, do you want to put my screen up? Because I just cropped them both. I have the images that Gustavo sent me as well, and I have them full screen if you want to. It may be easier for people to see.
Yeah. And let me do the one that you don't have, Tim, which is the next one, and then we go back to you, because I think you can do a lot of zooming in and out. The people can appreciate it. So
the other one's the other PDF file, right?
Exactly. Right. Okay, so let's go to Mothman, and then we go back to that other PDF.
You want me to bring up his?
Yes.
Yeah, it might be easier for people to see.
I don't see how I'm gonna. Where?
He's sharing with you probably.
Well.
Oh, just my video stream. Can't you just bring that up?
Big on his case.
Oh. Okay. All righty. Sorry about that. Brain fart alert.
Midnight in the East Coast.
Oh, come on. It's not letting me. Why isn't it letting me bring you over? I don't know why it's not.
I hear a lot of clicking going on.
It's not. Yeah, it's not letting me drag your image over for some reason.
There you go.
It took like 6 tries.
So that's the full image, Tim.
Yep.
So you do that same with the.
That's the PF. That's the PF on the right.
Exactly. The on the right is the PF. On the left is the 180 to 600. Okay.
Yep.
I've been certainly you can see its definition, image quality is better. Now both lenses are impressive. Yep. But I tell you, and that's when Jeff, when you find the other image, otherwise I can say that I have it here on my bed.
I have it. I just have to.
The ability, what surprised me both lenses, okay? The ability that we have to be able to shoot 600 millimeter handheld, correct? And after I took this picture, actually after I send this presentation to Jeff this week, there were some deer around the house that were being in the rut, and I went out with a 600 PF handheld, and I was able to take an image of the face of one of the female deer, and Jeff is looking for that. That image was taken, no support, 600 millimeter, almost no light because it was after sunset, and 1/125 for a second, and the image is fantastic. Okay? So that image, correct? It's basically. By the way, no crop on this one, Jeff. I didn't have to crop at all.
Okay, we hear you.
I didn't have to. Actually, that deer was trying to get away from the male. He was trying to come towards me. So I ended in a situation where I would have been better with the zoom lens, correct? But because I was trying to move away from them, I didn't want the male I didn't want to get into the middle. So I actually backtrack a little bit took a couple of pictures, and if you zoom in on this one, and I can do some of that here. I mean, it's tack sharp on the eye. The nose is already off focus, and that was taken after sunset. Okay, so one of these images at ISO 2200, and the other image was at 9000 ISO, and it's perfect image quality. So the real use for these lenses is the mobility that we gain. Correct?
Yeah.
That mobility we got when we got the 500 PF. Now we have the same mobility with these lenses at 600 millimeter. Okay, with all the proper integration with the Z camera. Okay, so I thought that people asked me a few weeks back when the lens first arrived, and I thought it was great opportunity to share this. Right,
And I think, maybe getting off topic slightly is, I think it's, I mean, I owned the 2 to 500 f mount lens when it came out, which was for many people the inexpensive route to get into wildlife photography.
exactly.
Just as this lens is, but
Yes.
this lens is far better than the 200 to 500 because you have that short throw to go through the whole zoom range.
Exactly.
And if you're doing video, to be able to go from 180 to 600 in just a small rotation like this, and you've gone from one end to the other, and you're doing video, it's a blessing. Let me tell you, it's a big deal. It really is. I mean, and it is quiet. It's the focus breathing is minimal, if at all. And I think it's a very good zoom for doing video as well.
Exactly, and the opportunities that we have with these new lenses. Okay, but I tell you, these are so easy to carry. That 600 PF, I can carry that, and I'm a tripod user. I believe as I said, the discipline that tripod have for doing your work. But this lens is fantastic. If you want to go on a walk, I would take this lens, no problem. This 600 PF or the 180 to 600, depending on what I'm going to try to shoot. If I'm going for birds, I'm going to go with the 600. If I'm going for mammals on bird, I'm going to go with the 180 to 600. So it's different tools.
Yeah, and like Roy makes a comment here, which is very an excellent comment. Is very similar to I always bring up Art Wolf, but Art Wolf will say the same thing in a different way. Somebody will say, well, why did you take that image at ISO 20,000? Because that's what he had to do to get the shot. So either you take it at ISO 20,000 and you get the shot, or you don't take it at all. So it's the same way, like what Roy's saying. It's better to get the image with a lens that's good enough than miss it because you can't afford perfection.
Yeah.
It's just important that you get the shot, and regardless of your lens choices, your ISO choices, what you have to do to get the shot.
Let's share this one here. This is the same deer here, Jeff. See if you can share it.
Yeah.
So and I don't know whether, let's see what happens, but you can see the level of details that you get, correct? I mean, I'm going to try to zoom in. I mean, you can see, in the reflection in the eye, the landscape here, correct?
That's cool. You can see the sunset.
Exactly. And if you look at here, the ear. So let me see if I can move. I mean, look at the details. You can see. Talk about John always say that he want to see the DNA with the big format camera, correct? Well, here you can see every single strand of hair. I mean,
and that's where you really would see the difference on your computer screen is when you're looking at the ear, at the hairs up near the top of the forehead, the hairs between the ears, basically, that's where you'd see a difference as
yes,
well.
and considering this was shot with 2200 ISO, correct?
Yeah.
And handheld, right? I mean, look at this. And talk about the autofocus, correct? Working. I mean, this is what we can do now. So anyway,
Yeah, I mean, it's not too, for many, a $1,700 lens is a huge purchasing decision at that price point, and you can get some great results with that zoom lens, and it's nothing to. Here's what you find: when the longer in life you take pictures, you are your own worst critic.
exactly.
Okay, number one. So what I may have been blown away with personally for something that I took 30 years ago, if I were to look at that image from 30 years ago, the way my mind is wired now, I would throw it in the garbage can. I would say that's a crappy image, but 30 years ago, I thought it was a great image.
Well,
But
exactly.
you raise as you improve as a photographer, and you evolve as a photographer, and your quality gets better and better and better. Your standards go higher and higher and higher.
Exactly.
And what you took a decade before or 2 decades before, which many people might look at it and say, well, that's a really good shot. To you, it's not a really good shot anymore because you just keep raising the bar. And then sometimes you raise the bar so high, and that's where you say, I like my zoom, but I want to get a prime in my kit. And you invest in the prime. I think everybody should have a zoom in their bag of some kind, whether it be a 24-70 or a 24-120 or a 1-4 or a 180-6. It's important to have a decent zoom for your use case, but then it's at some point in time in your lifetime, you shoot long enough, you're going to evaluate. Like you could look into your, like people say, you can go in your software, you could see, look at a bunch of your pictures and find out what focal length you took most of those shots at. And if you start finding, I got the 180-600 lens, and 80% of my shots are between 500 and 600 millimeters, then as the time goes on, eventually you may say, because you're getting even more anal about your own work, you're going to say, gee, I think I want to get a 500 or a 600 prime because I'm using that 80% of the time.
Well, and the advancements that we have on technology, correct? I mean, just 1 year ago, correct? During the rot here, I went to take the same type of pictures, correct? With a Z9, but on the 600G, correct? The F4G. Well, I tell you, moving that thing around that Roy was showing up, that, even with a tripod, I mean, it's a heavy lens. These, which I think Steve called it the baby 600 TC, this lens, you can carry around. You can take it handheld, correct? I could not do. I mean, it's just sometimes we forget how much advances that we have, and how this advancement, both as a photographer, but also as on the technology, what this allows, correct? But saying that a zoom lens is equal to a single focal lens, that a prime, that's not right.
No.
Or saying that this size and weight doesn't matter, it does matter, correct? So this lens is fantastic. So for sure, the 180 to 600 fantastic, different tools, correct? But and of course, different is a cost to value type of decision that you have to make. Okay, but if you are into long telephotos, bird photography, that 600 PF, I had nothing wrong to say. The same thing, correct? That people have been talking about the PF lenses giving you some sort of background, artifacts. Okay, I haven't seen any artifact with a 600 PF, neither with this. And Tim, you are a user of the 400 4.5. Now you understand why people were raving about the 400.5, right? Because
absolutely. Yeah.
it's a fantastic lens, correct? And it's so. Is that the same to say that that's less of a lens than the 100 to 400 Z zoom? No, it's two different type of thing, right?
Yeah.
But that 400 4.5 probably you have the saying here that produces excellent quality images, right?
Yeah, the 1 to 4 at 400 isn't going to be as good as the 400.
Exactly.
That's just the way life works. It's been that way. It's been that way for as long as they've been talking about lenses. It's always been that way.
Exactly.
I mean, when you have a lens that's optimized for a single focal length, it's going to be better than one that's being made to be more. I'll give you more flexibility. Okay, there's a sacrifice that you make for flexibility.
Exactly.
So you have to decide whether it's still good enough for you. And in most cases it will be. Most cases it will be. And it's like if I went to if I was going to go. Be honest with you, if I was going to go on safari to Africa tomorrow, if I had the 600 like Gustavo has, the 800, be honest with you, is too long.
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, unless you were trying to get birds in Africa, and that's not what most people are going there to get. You're going there for the larger animals. So the 600 or the 500 would be what I would take. And then I would probably bring the 100 to 400 zoom with me.
Exactly.
So that when you get the animals that come right up to the car, right up to the safari vehicle, you can zoom back enough to capture those animals when they're close to you. Okay, because you're not going to have the time to take a 600 off of your body and throw a 300 millimeter lens on it fixed, or put on a 105 or something like that. You don't have time like that. You're gonna have two camera bodies, and you're more than likely going to put a zoom on one and put a prime on the other, and be able to just switch.
Exactly. That's you have your two bodies, one with a zoom and one with a prime, and off you go.
Yep.
But anyway, so I thought that it was good to share. You guys let us know if you appreciate this or not. But I think it's always good that we can, at least among ourselves here, can have this type of discussion. Correct?
Yeah.
I think I saw a mini racehorse walk behind you, Gustavo.
I'm sorry?
I saw your dog walk behind you as a blanket.
See. Okay.
Looked like a mini racehorse.
Yes, it's you can see that it's cold, so he's carrying a.
Well, I think Gustavo should get some applause here. So we thank you for your time that you put into this, and that your subject was cooperative enough
Wow.
to allow you to change lenses.
Exactly. Coming all the way to the house, change lenses, go back. I got a little bit ticked off when it stood up because I wanted to be sitting there for me waiting. Right?
Yeah.
And it didn't do that. But tell you on the other one, that actually, to tell you the truth, that one with the female deer and the male, I can show you let me see if I can show the male that was chasing that. I'm going to share this one here. Open. That was a little bit sketchy. I'm going to share here in a second. Jeff, let me close. This guy was chasing that female. I'm not sharing yet. Window. Okay, now I'm going to be sharing. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
So that guy was chasing that female. Okay. And the female was being not so receptive. So instead of going in a different direction, he went towards me. So I was backtracking because I didn't want anything to mess with this guy. Correct. So at one point I went to where I have some chairs, and I stood there because I say, well, that's why you needed a tripod to defend yourself, correct? And if you look at this photo, and I can zoom a little bit, this guy had been in a battle this day. You can see there is some blood here in the antlers. Okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You see? And he has one of the antlers has already been broken here. Okay?
Yeah.
Now
You can use a little generative fill on that.
exactly. Exactly. So, and I tell you, when you're looking through the camera in a 600 millimeter, and this guy's looking at you like that, you want to make some space for him, correct?
Well, you mentioned the regenerative fill. I don't know if you guys. I ran across a Thomas Heaton video today that I watched, and his whole he had a really good video about showing photographs where people had won awards, and then the awards got taken away because of some creative photo editing that they did that was not allowed by the rules. And so it amazed me that I think that there's that really high esteemed, it was just recent too, highly esteemed wildlife photographer photo contest in England that was within the last couple months or whatever, that their rules are so restrictive that basically you have to send them the raw file and you can't do anything to it. I mean, nothing. I mean, you basically have to nail composition, exposure, dead nuts perfect, when you took the image, because if you went in there, like one person got disqualified, and he didn't necessarily agree when of some of these decisions that were made. Like there was an instance where there was a landscape shot and there was the smallest piece of trash laying on the grass on the far right hand side of the image, and the photographer, got rid of the garbage. Well, that disqualified them from winning the contest because they found out that the person removed the garbage.
Yeah.
But then there was a more extreme case where there was an elephant shot where the person won a big award. And at first they thought that the person smoothed out the roughness on the edges of one of the elephant's ears and smoothed it out, made it look so it wasn't so dramatic. And they took the award from him for that. But he says when he looked at it closer, he says, oh, it was worse than that. He says, because he showed another picture of the same elephant. And he said, basically what the guy did was he swapped the ears. He took the right ear and put it on the left side of the head, and the left ear and put it on the right side of the head. So he was showing all these different things. So it's like, you know, things that we all do every day with our images to, you know, I mean, normal stuff like, okay, make sure your highlights aren't clipped, make sure your blacks aren't clipped at the other end, you know, maybe you bring up the shadows slightly, you add a little saturation, you do a little noise reduction, you know, whatever. I mean, some of these contests, I guess, are so anal that you basically can't do a darn thing.
But on the other hand, Jeff, I agree with. I saw that it was a great video. I also recommend it for sure for people to see it. And after that, watching the video, I actually went to BBC Wildlife Magazine of the Year and look at the small print to see what was allowed or not. Right? Because I think I agree with you. The swapping of the ears, no. But the deleting of the bag, probably yes. But you can imagine for the competitions, they have to draw a line somewhere, correct? And if you allow for something, it becomes very subjective, correct? So allowing for nothing is the less subjective, and that's why probably they did it, correct? So it is funny to go and look at the print of what you're allowed to do. Even cropping, you can do some amount of cropping, but no more than a certain percentage. And basically what they do is that if you get into the selection from the, you know, these receive like 100,000 images, correct? If you get into the pre-selection, then is when you need to submit your raw. Actually, on the BBC Wildlife Magazine, when I was shooting film, one time I got into the pre-selection as well. Many years, I mean, that was in 1991. Right? And that was already an honor to get into the pre-selection. But those days were easy because you had to submit actually the actual slide, right? Which is basically you submitted your raw work. Right? So, but I think it's a great presentation from Tom. So I think it's worthwhile for people to see it. Right? By the way, that image was taken at ISO 9000. I mean, this is what we can do, correct? If you look at it in the specification here, it said ISO 9000. I think here. Okay, I can even point. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. ISO 9000. Yep.
Exactly. Anyway, let's go to the next topic.
But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I think we all started off when we started off with our camera career. We were, at least me anyway. The back is as my favorite saying. Back in the day, back in the day, real men only bought 50 millimeter 1.8s for their camera bodies. But that was almost everybody bought a 50 millimeter lens with their camera body. That was kind of like, and then because you're young and don't have a lot of money, maybe you bought one more lens, and you never had more than 2 or 3 lenses in your kit. But how times have changed. How times have changed.
Exactly.
I think, let me see. Okay, another thing under general discussion here is some other YouTube channels. I'm not saying this is nothing negative for those who might be thinking I'm going to start a fight here. Some other YouTube channels are talking about future Nikon camera body releases, such as the Z6 III or the Z7 III. And I think the general consensus is that those camera bodies are expected to come out sometime in the first quarter of next year. Hopefully announced early in the spring and then available. If I had to be a betting man, I would say they would be shipping in the first, the beginning of the next fiscal year for Nikon, which would be April 1st, if I'm not mistaken, would be the beginning of their next fiscal year. But anyway, with the advent of the release of the Nikon ZF, which some people and the ZF actually in Japan, for the record, is their most popular camera right now being sold, is the Nikon ZF, which obviously contradicts the opinions of the majority of the people on YouTube that thought nobody would want to buy that camera. But in Japan, they're actually now in Japan anyway. I think they have a waiting time now in months to be able to even get one. So I think the camera is doing above expectation. Let's put it that way, or above most people's expectation. But now the fact that you came out with the camera and it actually had better IBIS than the Z8 or the Z9. Had the best IBIS of any Nikon camera to date, and had some other features such as the ability for it to, with an old manual focus lens, where it will detect the subject and allow you to focus. You zoom in and you focus on that subject, and you nail you actually have the camera interacting with a manual focus lens that could be 20 years old. I mean, that's like nuts. I mean, that's all great stuff. And there's no other Nikon camera that can do that either. So now that might change people's thought process a little bit about, what is the Z6 III going to have, or what might it have? It's obviously needs to be, because of the price point, anticipated to be, say, at least $2,500, that it's going to have some things that are improved from the ZF, because it's going to be more expensive. So what could those things be? So I think for some of us, we're assuming, this is all assumptions, and here's my assumptions. Okay, I won't speak for the other guys on the panel. I'll let them interject in a minute. My assumption is it's going to be a 33 to 36 megapixel sensor, back-sided illuminated at minimum. Will it be stacked? I don't know at that price point whether it would be stacked or not. I expect the Speed 7 processor with the autofocus and the subject detection of the Z8/Z9 to be in that camera body, just like it is in the ZF. If it's in the ZF, you're going to have it in the more expensive Z6 III.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably be 4K oversampled 6K video. Hopefully 4K 120 with no crop, because right now if you do 4K 120 on the ZF, it's cropped. I'm assuming one CFEB card and one SD card. Improve now. Here's where having the ZF come out now is you got to say, okay, is it going to have the improved IBIS that's from the ZF? That's a question mark. I'm thinking 15 frames per second minimum at RAW, maybe 20, but at least 15. Will it have that same articulating screen from the ZF? Or will it have the more conventional and maybe some would argue more robust system that's on the Z8 and the Z9? So, and then my last commentary is I feel that once that camera comes out, they're just going to deplete their inventory of the Z6 and the Z6 II, and they're not going to make any more of those bodies, or offer those bodies anymore. They're just going to go away. So what do you guys think? We'll start with Gustavo.
No, I agree. I think your predictions have been good on the fact that it's going to be next fiscal year for Nikon. That makes sense for them, correct? I do believe also, like Chuck prediction were also for the C6 III, 33 megapixels. So it had to have some differentiation with the CF, correct? I of course, SP7 Okay, so I know you. I very much in full agreement with you. Right, so I don't have too much to add because
Come on, you can argue with me a little bit.
no, but there's nothing to argue. The interesting one will be the C70, whether it will be higher megapixel than 45. Correct. That's a little bit more difficult to predict. Correct. But the niche for the space in the lineup for the C6 III, I think is relatively easy to predict, and I think the camera is going to sell very well.
Now at the $2,500 price point, I guess the question, the assumed $2,500 price point, everybody's kind of locking into that price point, right, wrong, or indifferent. I would think at that price point it's not going to be shutterless.
Exactly. That I was thinking about that.
I think electronic shutter and mechanical shutter.
And to tell you the truth, for me, that will be a disappointment. I would like also to be shutterless. But I agree with you, it's most likely to have shutter because people still, particularly flash photography, still people that want to have shutter, to have the flash synchronization speed that they want. So I don't think this time Nikon is going to move those two cameras, C6 and the C7, into the shutterless. That's what I would like, but I don't think they're going to do it.
You got to. I'll let Tim jump in here, and then I'll add a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I think you're about right with the specs, and I don't think it's going to be shutterless either, just for the price point alone. Z7 III, it's up in the air. That may actually be shutterless, but I don't think the Z6 III will be.
Yeah, I was just going to add that maybe if it was priced at 2,800 or something, then maybe it would be shutterless. But at 2,500, I don't see how they could do it. I mean, and make a good profit,
Yeah.
Now, why don't we throw out our thinking of the only on the Z7 III, I think I agree, although I agree, but I don't agree. I agree that strictly due to marketing, not due to necessity. I think due to marketing, it wouldn't surprise me if the Z7 III is a 61 megapixel sensor, or at a minimum higher than 45.7. Maybe it's 55 megapixel sensor. I don't know, but I think it'll be higher because I think that's going to be a slower frame per second camera, because I think that's going to cater more to landscape photography, where they need more high resolution camera, and something that is at a more favorable price point than obviously a Z8 or a Z9. But I really don't know if they're going to go super, super strong on the video specs. I mean, they may leave the video specs almost the same as the Z6 III and just make it slower and make it higher res. I don't know. I don't know if they would try to do 8K in it or not, because now you're kind of like, okay, now you're kind of blurring the lines of differentiation between the Z7 III and a Z8. You know what I mean? But I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm not that one. In some ways, I know it won't. My opinion for a long time was like, do you even need a Z7 III?
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know that you need it. I mean, if you don't make it if they came out with it and it was 45.7 megapixels, I'd say, why did you do it?
But the only justification to me, actually, Jeff, is that to say that you have the same kind of lineup and the same type of camera that everybody else has.
Yeah.
But the reality is, and so somebody like me may be curious of what you can do with higher megapixel, right? But certainly for OC8, C9 users, those cameras are not going to be one that I'm going to say, oh, I need one right away, correct?
Yeah, no, I mean, I because of where I live right now, I do not do a lot of landscape type photography anymore.
Exactly.
I love it. I mean, I love it. I really do, but I just don't. I got to drive a little too far away to get stuff that I would appreciate for a good landscape shot. I mean, I've done sunrise shots with the pier going into the ocean, on Myrtle Beach and stuff like that. I'll take shots like that, and I enjoy that. But I mean, when my friend Bob and I went to that transportation museum a month and a half, 2 months ago, and I did a video about it. That was like a 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive. Well, when we got about, say, 2 hours away from Myrtle Beach, I would say, I was like in heaven, because Myrtle Beach is a city, so the houses are close to each other. Few people have yards of any significant size.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the commercial. I could pass the Grey Poupon to my neighbor by just sticking my arm out the window, and they stick their arm out the window. In terms of the space between houses, you might have a pretty good backyard, but you don't have any side yard. Everybody's close. So you drive 2.5 hours away or so, and then all of a sudden, you see rolling hills, you see the rolled up, the grass, the hay bales, and the farms and houses with acres of land on them, and then you start thinking, you almost feel like you're back in New England again, okay, where you have a lot of hills and rolling hills and farmland and stuff like that. And I felt like I escaped the insanity of the city life, when we went on that trip to go to the transportation museum. And it was great. And I mean, because we had the goal of going there, we could have stopped 50 times along the way and maybe never even made it to the end destination. Just to pull over to the side of the road and get a picture of that old truck on the farm, or some old farm equipment in the open land, or what have you. But man, it made you feel good to actually see land again and see trees, because they're cutting them all down here to build houses. So, trees are becoming hard to find nowadays. So, but yeah, I could go do that drive and just say, pull over and start getting old houses, old barns, old farms, old trucks. I love that stuff.
But going back to your opportunities there when you go for landscape, correct? That cameras line up, correct? Remember, they have to. They should be there for a reason, correct?
Yeah. If it's too close, it has to have a significant thing that's different.
Exactly.
Because if it doesn't have that, at least that one thing that's different, then I ask, why make it? Why do it?
Exactly.
And I agree. Like a lot of people, 45 to 50 megapixels seems to be the ideal sensor size to complement 8K video, and gives you enough definition, enough resolution for your stills without getting into diffraction issues due to the sensor size. So if they do to 61, I hate to say it, it's just a marketing thing, just so that they can say they're on par with something that Sony has out there. And to me, you shouldn't just do it because Sony does something doesn't mean that you should do it too. But marketing pressure unfortunately causes camera companies to copy each other too much.
Exactly. But so we will see probably announcement before the end of first quarter, and we deliver in the second quarter next year. So everything will be revealed soon.
I want to I haven't had time to do it. I'll tell you, I always complain I don't have enough time, and I really don't. You know, life is just, you got so much stuff going on. I mean, I really want to try some of the old Nikon glass, like Matt Granger did a lot, put some old Nikon glass on the ZF, and he loved using the old manual focus lenses on the ZF, and I want to try that out with some of the lenses that I have. But the
but
you know,
I tell
you
you one
gotta
thing.
have time, man. You gotta have time.
The releases of the lenses from Nikon have been, in type of the order in which they have released the lens, has been perfect. Correct? Perfect from their point of view. For us, it has been bad because we keep buying stuff. Correct?
Well, no. I mean, I do think I do feel bad for non-sport / wildlife photographers, because they definitely spoiled the heck out of the wildlife and sports genres, and they kind of ignored some other ones that, you know, if I didn't shoot that stuff, I might not be overly thrilled, you know. But you know, I mean, I think at this point there's not a lot of gaps, and before you get, you know, you got, I don't know, I would have thought they would have tried to sneak the 35 1.2 out before Christmas, to be honest with you. I'm kind of surprised that lens has not been where they haven't said, okay, we got them, we're shipping them. You can place your order, you know, on December 5th and get it for Christmas. You know,
exactly.
I'm really surprised that it looks like they're.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been a nice financial boost for the end of the fiscal year, the end of this fiscal year for Nikon to have. I mean, they got a boost from the ZF, of course. They got a boost from the Plena lens. But you know, the 35 1.2 would have been a nice little extra kick in the pants, you know, for them before the holiday. And who knows, hey, a week from now they could say, hey, we got it coming out. You could pre-order it, you'll get it before Christmas. You know, who knows? They could surprise everybody.
Yeah, that's true. But I think in any case, I think what likelihood is that the 663 and 673, if there is a 73, is going to be next fiscal year. So we may get an announcement March, just at the end of this fiscal year. Right? But I agree with you that the point that I was making is things have been released in the right order. You could not, if the CF would have had different reception if the Z6-3 would have come before. Correct?
Oh yeah.
So it makes sense to release the CC. If all these products are being developed simultaneously, this is the right order. Go for the CF, get the nostalgia camera out, correct, with improvement, and then get the C6.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, the ZF is a for some. I mean, I don't know if it's like this way anymore, but I mean, I know when I took some photography courses when I was in outside of high school, they actually had a photographic school in another town, and I took a few courses there, and you know, they wanted you shooting manual. They didn't want you using, you know, anything that was automatic. You know, they wanted you to shoot manual. They didn't want you using, you know, aperture priority, shutter priority, or anything. They wanted you to shoot in manual. So, and if the photography if the photography schools are still of that mindset, then the ZF is a perfect camera for those students, because you can just set it up and just shoot it in straight manual, and then you have the capability, depending on how you configure it, to use it any way you want afterward.
Well,
But
and
it looks like an old style camera too, so it kind of fits in, doesn't it?
and that's when manual was difficult, correct? Because you didn't have a screen that you can see your exposure, correct?
Oh
Or
yeah.
even a histogram. You had to try to make your best guess.
Well, more than half my cameras behind me, more than 50% of them don't have light meters in them.
Exactly.
Okay. You either gotta use the Sunny 16 rule, right? Or you have to have a handheld light meter.
Exactly.
And I don't mind walking around with a handheld light meter and taking shots. I mean, and now you have some, depending on and as I found out, I mean, I have let me see if I can find it here.
Well,
I have a small, this is made by TT Artisans. I've got a small exposure meter.
Wow.
Right here that I can mount via hot shoe.
Those are neat.
So depending on your camera, your old vintage camera,
and does it have
this can mount on some of them, and
does
then
it have a readout? Does it have a readout like a little screen?
Oh, it has an LED, and it has a plus or minus.
Okay.
Okay, it has a dot in the middle, and then it has a plus if you're over and a minus if you're under. And you could just dial in whatever combination where you get that middle light to come on, and then you transfer the settings from these knobs on your camera body.
Well,
Jeff,
and Jeff, and also using a light meter, correct? You were able to see the difference between incident light versus reflected light, which is different, correct? So you will go up to your subject with your light meter, put the light meter where your subject is, so you get the actual light, not that the subject is getting, not the light that the subject is reflecting, which is what camera meters do. So obviously, if you learn that way, you know more. Remember last week we were talking about reading light, correct? Using our brain as a light meter, correct?
Yeah.
But that's essential. But you learn that by understanding, using light meters and stuff. But with the modern cameras, again, it's a lot simpler, correct? It's by the way, one thing that I implemented on my lenses after talking to you both was to use the ring for exposure compensation.
Yeah.
Wow, that because reality is I am not shooting all the time manual. I'm shooting with an auto ISO and exposure compensation. So it is not truly manual, correct? But if you want to switch to manual, then you can. I mean, you have there the exposure in your screen. You can see it.
Yeah, I mean that I think is I was not an early adopter to mirrorless.
Exactly.
For really a couple reasons, because when the mirrorless cameras first came out, I hated the electronic viewfinders. They weren't clear. They didn't, to me, represent the level of detail that I would get with an optical viewfinder that I had in my DSLR. So I for the longest time, I held back because I loved the optical viewfinder in my D850. Absolutely loved it.
Oh, sure.
And I said, until I see a EVF that fools me well enough that I think I'm looking through an OVF, I'm not gonna buy a high end mirrorless camera. and for all the conversation about, you know, one brand having, 9 million plus dots versus a lot less dots on the ZF or the Z8. But one of the differences is too that the EVF of the Z9 and the Z8 are surrounded by optical elements as well. So it's not just an EVF by itself. Okay, it's married between other pieces of glass and the Z9 and even for many that shot with higher resolution EVFs. Were pleasantly surprised, and in some cases liked the lower dots of what's in the Z9 and the Z8 because it looked more natural to them.
Well,
It
and the
reminded,
shooter,
it reminded them of the OVFs.
yeah,
more
and the
than
shooter. That means that you don't have a curtain going onto your in the D850. You still have that shutter effect,
yeah.
correct?
So when they hit that point, then it was time for me to make the move. But and then you still have a group of people that haven't moved yet because, in all honesty, they want the D500. They want the D500 replacement,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's a touchy subject, of course. I think the problem that Nikon is going to have with quote unquote saying here's a D500 replacement is that everybody thinks that you could take what's great in a Z8 or a Z9 and throw it in a pro level DX body and you can sell it for $2,000 or less. And I don't think that would happen. And I think Nikon's worried that if they build it to meet the wishes spec-wise that the people have of what that camera would be, that they won't meet what they have in their minds for a pricing structure.
Mm-hmm.
And so if everybody's thinking, oh, it's going to be a $2,000 camera, and they say, well, no, it's not. It's going to be $2,600. Is it going to sell, or is it going to fall flat on its face? And obviously, Nikon doesn't want to make something that could potentially fall flat on its face. So that's a really, really interesting, mind-boggling question as to whether they're going to do it or not. I mean, I think that the D500 faithful deserve to have a replacement, but at the same time, they have to be realistic about what they're willing to spend for it. Because if Nikon thinks they're not going to spend the money, they're not going to make the camera.
So you think it's going to be no at the same price level like a C6 III?
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
Certainly higher than the C6 III would not make sense.
No, it won't be. It won't be. I don't think it'll be higher, but it's going to be. It's. I mean, look at the Fujis. The Fujis are 2,500.
Exactly.
Fujis are 2,500. So why would you think a D500 Pro model equivalent is going to be less than $2,500?
Exactly.
Because you're going to want it to be much like a like a Z6 III. You're going to want to have the megapixels higher than 24.
Exactly.
So now there's been some videos that came out recently where, and this is what gets people fired up too, is where if they ever came out with a 61 megapixel camera, you are now at that point where your DX mode is going to be equal to not close to. It would be equal to your DX cameras.
That's right.
Okay. I mean, the difference between 19 megapixels and 24 is not huge, but it is different. But it's not a huge difference. But if you come out with a 61 megapixel camera, then you're going to have a DX mode megapixel count that's pretty darn close to 24. And so then it's like, okay, so the only advantage then is you lose your is when you get a DX camera, you have the crop factor there, and you could typically buy, if you bought you could, if you had DX lenses in the lineup, which Nikon doesn't have very many, but if you had DX, say, zooms in the lineup, then you could get those cheaper than what you would pay for a full frame lens.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the people that want the D500 replacement, they want to use it on the big telephotos because they want the apparent or the longer range of the crop camera. But by the way, one question that I never had got a good answer, and I actually asked Rishi in one of his talk about it, and nobody addressed that one, even for the C8 or the C9, correct? Whether the metering system or the autofocus system follow the same algorithms, whether you are in DX or in FX. My appreciation is that they do, that is only, that only certain pixels are read out of but the metering, correct?
Oh, I don't think the metering system looks at a smaller area because
but you will see that is bad, because if you have, let's say, something bright in the FX area, it still will be impacting your metering when you are in DDX. A much better implementation of FX DX or any other crop will be that the algorithm changes as you're reading.
Well, did he answer that question or no? Did he answer that question?
No. Yeah. And I asked several times. Correct?
They may not know. They may not know.
Certainly on the metering, I agree with you, because I had done it and I say, the metering is the same. Correct? That's easy. Yeah. Correct? If you use a matrix metering, which uses dark frame, it should be different. If you can put something very bright, like the sun in one corner, and try it. Okay? But on the autofocus, I mean, in principle, it should be able to function different, correct? Because
I think on the autofocus, it's only on autofocus. I mean, it's only. I don't know that it turns off. I mean, the autofocus sensors, anything that your image is now truncated to a smaller part of the sensor.
Mm-hmm.
So the only autofocus sensors that are going to do anything is where there's an image. If there's no image, you're not going to autofocus on nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree.
So I think from an autofocus standpoint, it works the way you would think it would work. The active autofocus elements are within the DX cropped area. For metering, I'm not sure. You got me on that. I'm not sure, because, like you said, if you had the sun in the far right hand corner in full frame mode, and now you go into crop mode, theoretically, you would say, okay,
the exposure change.
I should be just getting the exposure from that cropped area, not from the whole thing. That's a really great question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, I know what I'd like it to be. I'd like it to be what you'd like it to be. I'd like it to be your exposure is based on the cropped area only, and anything beyond that has nothing to do with what the exposure is.
But I tell you something on the autofocus, and you probably have seen that, correct? Those, C1, C2, L, and small, correct? When you go DX, they go bigger, okay? so the areas that are being used in terms of the the squares,
Yeah.
they change dimensions when you go. So maybe they're using less pixels, and obviously it's not going to focus on something that is outside your frame of view, correct? But the number of pixels that you're using in each of these areas is the same, because you can see the boxes changing in size. So anyway, I, next time that he put, I asking again, because it would be interesting to know, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, you know what? You want an answer, and you want to really mess with somebody's mind as you put it in as a technical question to Nikon USA, and you see if you get an answer.
Well, and that's why in the case, I don't blame Rishi or anybody, Mark Cruz, for not knowing, but they should go back and email Japan and ask the question to them, correct?
Here's an interesting comment from Terry. Replace the D500 with the Z5, and I think you could do that if you upgrade the Z5 to a level 2. You could maybe upgrade it enough where you could say that's now your D500 replacement,
and it will be different price for sure.
Right. I mean that would be a logical thing to do, but you have to upgrade it. You have to upgrade it. You could probably use the same body, just make it smarter. And if you have to even change the sensor, you change the sensor. But you could still probably use the same body and everything.
Because you had to have all the customization that we have on the C8 and the C9, correct?
Yeah.
To be a true Pro Body DX, you had to have all these function buttons and being programmable, correct? Some of the flexibilities.
Yeah, I think the only camera the only camera that will never see X-Beat 7, Z8, Z9 subject detector focusing modes, it would be something like a Z30 entry level vlogging type camera. Would never see that. But anything at a higher level than that, because the Z30 is their cheapest camera that they make. Anything higher than that, I would think will eventually have the X-Speed 7 and those other features, and of course the price will get bumped up accordingly.
And the viewfinders, you have the same kind of EVF as well, correct? They have, because you have in the CF the same EVF, correct, as the C8 and C9. And also from the manufacturing, makes sense to have this certain components to be using all your models, correct?
Well, yeah, you get a cost benefit if you say, well, instead of you giving me 100,000 units, I want 200,000 units. You're gonna get a price break. So,
and you don't have the problem that we have with the old DSLRs, because they were DSLR, correct? That some cameras allows you to see like the 850, correct? You have 90% of what the 99% or something, 95, because that used to drive me crazy on those that what you see in the viewfinder was like 75%. Then you take a camera and then you see somebody's arm or a leg being appearing suddenly because you were not shooting. The camera was not recording what you were seeing. Right?
Yeah. You go, where did that cow's tail come from?
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, a Z5 upgrade and do a serious upgrade on it. You could then say that there's your D500 replacement. That would make it easier for them from a cost standpoint as well to do that. But we'll see. I mean, we don't work for Nikon. They probably wouldn't want us anyway, but I think they're I mean, I'm sure they're already, as soon as they came out with the Z9, I'm 100% certain that I'm talking days after they came out with the Z9, they got all those engineers together and said,
Of course.
start talking and let's decide what the next flagship's going to be like.
No, of course.
I mean, they did not waste any time, and in the meantime, they did everything they could and have done everything they could, I think, to continually update the Z9 to make it like you got a new camera when they had those major firmware releases, and they've done a great job there. So, but I mean, it's not like somebody might say, well, when are they going to start working on the replacement for the Z9? Well, they started working on it the day after they finished that they finished working on the Z9. They started already working on it. So they already have something that's probably basically, they probably already have a prototype of the next model.
Oh, sure.
I'm sure they do at this point in time. You're talking 2 years. They probably already have something.
Exactly.
So and all the companies have to do that because I mean, years ago, your product cycle was totally different. I mean, the marketing pressures to try to get enough sales in a reduced market, okay, in terms of how many cameras sell every year, the battle to increase your percentage of the pie when the pie is getting smaller has forced your turnaround for new bodies to reduce. The time frame has reduced drastically. I mean, before, a lot of people wouldn't even think about buying another camera for at least 5 years after they got their camera,
because the business is actually making us, the customers, to buy the new model.
They're trying to convince you with the new tech that you can't live without it. It's just
Exactly.
like buying a car and they say, well, you now have adaptive cruise control, and you could set, how far away you want your car to be from the car in front of you. And look at all these great features. You're not going to rear end anybody anymore.
Jeff, what was the time between
car will brake itself to slow you down. So okay, then everybody says, oh yeah, I got to have that feature, and they go out and they trade in their 2-year-old car and they buy another one.
So what was the time, Jeff? I think you mentioned at one time between the F3 and the F4. That was like 10 years, 12 years, something like that.
Yeah, there were some big gaps between the evolution of the cameras, and that's one thing I enjoy so much about looking back at cameras. And I was telling Tim earlier, I mean, I probably looked at well over 2,000 cameras today online between eBay and Etsy and some other sites.
No wonder you don't have time.
And but I'll look at 3,000-4,000 cameras.
Wow.
And I'll save 4. I'll find 4 that I'll think about out of 3,000-4,000 cameers. I'll find.
Start looking at 3,000-4,000 lenses so we can win.
But the thing is, it's like I always have long videos anyway. You guys know that. I have no problem talking. So I have long videos anyway. But I think I did a video. Now I've done so many, I don't remember them all. But I think I did a video where I kind of talked about so many different camera bodies that I talked about the evolution of the 35 millimeter camera. And how you went from no metering system and manual only, no battery for anything, and then eventually the battery was only for the metering system, and then your viewfinder screen at one time might have only shown you your exposure meter, and that was it. And then okay, now we'll tell you what your f-stop is. So eventually they put enough information in, but it didn't happen for years. It was like, okay, all of a sudden, oh, now my f-stop shows up. Oh, now my ISO shows up, or oh, now my shutter speed shows up. It was like everything was just so actually incrementally slow to get, where we are. And now everything is just going 1,000 miles an hour. But back in the days of the SLRs, things that we take for granted, just none of that stuff was there. And when you finally got to the point where you could look through your viewfinder and see your exposure and change your f-stop and see it change in the viewfinder, change your shutter speed, see it change in the viewfinder, see your flash ready light come on and know your flash is ready, and just and have something to tell you if you had your exposure compensation on or off, and things like that. All those things got added one little thing at a time. It took forever. It took more than a decade, for you to get to where you said, gee, finally, I don't have to take my eye away from the camera to change the setting.
Exactly.
So we are so fortunate with what we get to play with nowadays. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, it was the dinosaur era, man, back in the 50s and 60s.
And then people want retro cameras and shooting film.
Yeah.
So Tim, did you already use your sandpaper on your CF or not yet?
Oh no, I don't even have a ZF yet. I haven't gotten one yet.
Oh, I saw that you were.
Yeah, no, I have a ZFC. I haven't the ZF. I'm waiting until next year.
Okay.
But I will when I get it. I will do that.
You'll have to do a YouTube. You'll have to do a YouTube on that, and then put some audio, fake audio in it of people crying as you do it. No, don't do it, Tim, don't do it, no.
I may film it. Depends how it turns out, if it gets published or not.
But you're still going for the orange?
No.
Oh,
I don't think I'll get orange.
The black or
no, maybe green.
Okay.
Maybe green.
If I were to go for that one, I would go for the black, because that's the one that is truly more like the original cameras.
Yeah, it's a tough. I mean, I like the black too. I'll probably get one and want the other one. That's exactly what's going to happen. Whatever I choose, I'm going to want the other.
You have to sell that Canon R5.
Yeah, you can see it right behind me. Yeah, I got to get rid of that.
Exactly.
No need for two systems.
Well, that you had gotten the R5, right? Not the R3.
Yeah, the R5.
The R5, yeah. Yeah, I like I said, I have a little trouble figuring out the pricing structure between where the R3 is so much more money than the R5, but seems backwards.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ergonomics of the cameras, and if you get familiar with the cameras, I think, remember we discussed that the more the cameras are alike, like for instance the C9 and the CA are so much alike that I make a correction in one and I go to the other one and make the same correction. Correct? So it's that is fantastic, right? Next time John Ishii come here asking about, you probably saw it there with Simon, about having the Canon, the switch on the other side of the camera.
Yeah,
He was really
I can't stand that. I can't stand that.
Yeah, Simon couldn't understand why that was a big deal, and I don't really understand why he didn't think it was a big deal because
Exactly.
It's a huge deal.
you're carrying. Sometimes I'm carrying my Z9, right, and I'll say, well, I got to walk from here to way over there, and I just with my finger I just turn it off while I'm walking.
Yep.
And then if I start to see something that might be going on or whatever, I could turn it on, and I never have to I don't have to put my other hand on the camera.
If all your life you have been, hey, I'm going to shoot, I need to do this and then that, then you don't know that the other people don't have to do that. They just and then go.
But Simon couldn't seem to understand why that was a big deal. And it's like, well, if you're in a profession like John was, where you're getting paid to get that instantaneous shot, time matters, whether it be a half a second or a second or whatever. It makes a difference, maybe the difference between you getting the body and not getting the body,
Well, I would not be surprised if John would have gone like, in the Wild West with two cameras, both and then shooting at the same time.
Well, it's like a car when they started putting the the window control buttons, when they started putting them in the center console instead of under the on the door where they belong. Then you have to hunt around for them. Whereas if they're on the door, they're easier to. But they're right there.
It's like the door drama on the C9. Correct. That was silly. Although I tell you, on the C8, I still like the better that not having to do two actions to get my memory out. But hey, Jeff, one question on the CF. See, you are a CF user, and probably is a good discussion. So, have you used that one that you can change on the use instead of the wheel? Do you use the back screen or not on the CF to do some?
For changing my autofocus point?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
I just no. It's because you have the wheel. It's easy enough to still toggle on that larger wheel, that larger keypad. Where your OK button is to move it up, down, left, right. Okay. And because you got your face up against, you got the camera up against your eyes.
Then you have to squeeze your finger.
You want to be sticking your thumb in there, trying to move it on the screen, and then then you got. Unless they came out with it recently, the last time I checked, they still didn't have a screen protector for the rear screen. So I don't want to get fingerprints and grime all over the rear screen right now. Anyway, changing the autofocus point. So I'm just doing it the old-fashioned way,
And you typically, if I were to use a CF, I probably will not like to have even the back CD exposed to me. I will probably put the leather and cover completely. Correct?
I don't flip it because I'm very bad at I'll admit it, I chimp.
Okay.
I chimp. If I have what I consider if the photo is worth taking, one, I'm going to take multiple shots of it because I'm shooting at a fast enough frame rate that, I may not be laying down on the shutter button for 2 or 3 seconds, but I'm going to take a short burst, get 3 to 5 shots. And usually the first shot may be slightly soft. Then the second shot on is fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I never, I would never with wildlife put my camera in single shot mode and take pictures, even if I'm doing a bird portrait. I'm going to shoot a short burst of shots as well. But yeah, I mean, I because you only have the one function button, which I guess I understand once I owned the camera and saw where my fingers laid on the body of the camera. To add a second function button on the front would not have worked out too well because of the size of the camera.
Okay.
But only having the one function button, I mean, you got to really think about how you want to use it. So, I mean, I set it up for my 3D mode.
Okay.
So I still got wide area large on my back button. Focus is wide area large. My shutter button is wide area small, and my function button is 3D.
Yeah, okay.
So that works best for how I shoot. Because basically, if I'm doing portraits or something else, I'll just either use the wide area small or the wide area large and just take the picture.
Mm.
I don't typically need, because if I was doing portraits and I'm using wide area large, it's going to do the eye detect and it's going to go to the eye with the other box anyway, right? So it worked. That works for me. But I mean, if I did all, and then I have I always create my menu. I mean, that's like a great tool to have. And I have mine set up where if I'm in photo mode, if I hit my record button for video, when I'm in stills mode,
That's true.
my menu will come up.
Exactly. So if you need to make something in the changing my menu, not having the back screen available is a waste of time, correct? You have to fiddle, turn it around, and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that makes perfect sense too.
You
But
know?
interesting enough that you mentioned chimping. That's another thing. With the DSLR, you have to chimp all the time to check your exposure, correct? I do now a lot of the checking for the sharpness. I do it on the viewfinder, correct?
Yeah, you could hit the OK button and zoom right in.
Exactly.
I do that. I'll hit the OK button, zoom right in, and look at it through the viewfinder.
At 100%. And if it's look at 100% in the viewfinder, actually, it's actually even better than even the computer, correct? So if you want to check, hey, is my eye truly in focus? That's fantastic. But for chimping for video, I agree with you. I think I prefer to, I'm not going to be there looking at the video through the viewfinder. If I want to see the video, I look at in the back screen. Okay. So
yeah, I mean, it depends. If I'm hand holding my video, I'll use the viewfinder. If I'm using a tripod, I'll use the rear screen.
Okay.
But the thing is, being an eyeglass wearer too, is I set up the viewfinder. There's that one setting to adjust the viewfinder, and it kind of makes it, presses it a little bit, so it's easier for a person with eyeglasses to see the whole frame. Because if you have it at normal and your eyeglasses are up there, you really have a hard time seeing all the corners of the frame with wearing glasses. You know, I mean, if you wear contacts, you probably wouldn't have an issue, or if you don't need glasses, you're lucky.
If I look at the back screen, I use like glasses. If I look at the viewfinder, typically I shoot without the glasses, because I like to have the eye cup covering my eye completely, correct? During shooting. But
yeah, if I did this, I'd have to have one of those chains that the librarians wear.
Exactly.
I'd have to have one of those.
You know, they make sportier versions of those. You don't need to get a chain.
Yeah, I don't have to get a chain. I could make it real blingy looking. You know, I could be like new styling. I could be styling. Have
neoprene ones for boating and water sports.
Fake diving, fake diamonds or whatever. But you guys see anything in the news that you saw that was interesting to bring up?
Not really. I haven't seen anything.
No.
I tell you, I'm still impressed with the man. If I only had money, if I was working, man, I had an income coming in. I like the price of that GFX 100S Fuji, $1,600 off. Boy, that's a phenomenal deal right now. $43.99 for that camera. That's a steal. That's a steal. Oh no, I can't do it. I mean, I know I can't. So I mean,
You were just saying how you have no place to shoot landscape, so
but
bad investment.
And the problem then you have to buy the lenses. So that's it's a bad thing, Jeff.
Yeah. No, but it's like I said, if I had the money, which I don't, so I don't have to worry about it. But I'm saying if you're in the market for medium format, I mean that's a big deal.
Well,
Save that kind of money.
I think Simon was correct in as much as this year there have been a lot of good deals. Okay, all the years, Black Friday is on the camera side, you don't get that much good deal, but there is a bit of that. That's a lot of.
Well, even the Fujis, like last week I mentioned it. Even the Fujis, the two, well, of course, all their cameras are APS-C, but other than medium format, but the 40 megapixel body that they have was $150 off, and the 26 megapixel camera was $200 off, and then they were throwing in the vertical grip, which was worth $200. So I mean, that's a darn good deal if you wanted to get a Fuji camera right now too. I mean, that's a really good deal. I wonder how, if and is Roy's still in the chat, right?
Yes.
So Roy, I'm going to throw this question at you because do you, in your opinion, is the 40 megapixel Fuji X-H2 is 40 megapixel way too high for a APS-C camera? And if yes, why? That's my Roy question. I kind of know what he's going to say, but I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. So we'll see if he we'll give him a few minutes to think about that one.
In the meantime, when you're waiting for Roy, put the information about next week again.
Yeah. Yeah, we're winding down here. We're down to 22 people. I don't know what we were for a high tonight. I know we were over 30. I think at one time.
35, I believe.
So once again, as always, we appreciate all you folks that take the time out of your busy schedule, especially around the holidays, to come and watch the show and be a part of the show, because without you guys here, we don't have a show. You know what I mean? Then it would just be myself and the panel talking to ourselves, and we would definitely put ourselves to sleep pretty fast. We would go into a comatose state within 20 minutes, I think. And I'll throw up Chuck's email here too, guys, because please, especially with the holidays coming up, reach out to him, share a picture with him, send him an image, wish him well, wish him and his wife well. And, he's working as hard as he can, and he's getting there. But, it has not been an easy journey for him. He still has a little ways to go, but the guy's got gumption, and hey, he's an Army Ranger. He ain't gonna quit. He ain't gonna give up. So he's made great progress in the amount of time that he took ill. So I mean, he has no direction to go but up. So he's almost there, man. And like I said, seeing him in person was really was really cool. It was really cool. And I'm gonna throw this up too for because he will send in pictures, I know. And for those of you that have YouTube channels out there, send me, send me your link, your YouTube link in an email, and then that way I could put your name up here during the course of the show and share your channel information with everybody else that comes in on the chat to promote your channel as well. Because I mean, obviously, Jeff and Leslie have a channel. Greg has a channel. There's John Ishii has a channel. Okay, you may not know that. I mean, John doesn't crank out a million videos, but he does have content out there, and he does have a channel. And obviously, Wayne Maddox, Wayne has a channel. So there's quite a few people, and we haven't seen David Moots in a long time. I don't know what's going on with David, but he obviously has a channel.
Bob, your friend?
Yeah, Bob from Bob R Photos, who I shoot with every week. He's got his own channel. And you want to see some interesting train footage. I mean, if you're into Thomas the Train, he's got a video that has like, I don't know, tons of views where all the kids have watched it, where he got a video of Thomas the Train in Pennsylvania when he lived in Pennsylvania. He lived in Philly, but he went up to where the tracks were, where Thomas was, and he may be an older guy, but he has a mushy heart when it comes to Thomas the Train. If somebody says Thomas is coming, he's going to go there and see Thomas. But he has a great video on Thomas the Train. So if you got any young kids that like that, I would check out his channel, Bob R Photos, and have your kids enjoy that video because it is really cool.
So here, as we winding down, so let me ask you some questions here. So how did you manage to get clouds with your Osprey last time? What did you conjure to get good?
Well, they're not fake skies. They're not. I never use fake skies. Now, what I will do sometimes, is I will fool around with my luminance, and I will either darken the blue, or I'll do what I can where if there is any white in the sky at all, I'll try to bring it out more. But I did not have to do that this time, and we finally had a partly cloudy day with light fluffy clouds, and I almost had a coronary because I'm like, oh my God, I never had light fluffy clouds. And I'm like, oh, get the Osprey. I didn't care if they were eating, if they were doing nothing. I said, I want to get these blankety blank birds in the sky with some white clouds around them and some blue, and so everybody doesn't think that, I don't know, that I never see. Well, I never do see clouds in the sky here. It's either all white, all gray, all blue. I mean, that's normal down here. So when we have that, I had like 3 hours of clouds, and then they went away and it was all blue again. So I only had a short window of time, and the Osprey showed up, and I was able to get them. And I was like, okay, now I finally can make a print of an Osprey with a cloud in the sky. So that was important to me. Oh, we lost Gustavo. I guess I got him upset with talking about clouds in the sky. He disappeared. Yeah, he lost his connection. He's not even there.
I'm sure he'll be back. Yeah, well, when I lived in North Carolina, I can vouch for that. It was always blue skies. I got sick of blue skies.
Oh yeah, it's frowned upon by many photographers. Just say don't even bother taking it if it's a blue sky. But if I have a light colored bird with a blue sky, I mean that's still better than a light colored blue with a gray sky, like light colored bird with a gray sky or a white sky. You got to take what you can get. But I don't do sky replacements. I don't know. That's just me. I just maybe if somebody told me, hey, I'll buy 20 of those images of yours if you put in a fake sky for me, then I'd say, okay, fine. You're going to give me money. I'll put in a fake sky. But it's just for me personally, I just don't do it.
I see Joe's comment in there. He's in Banff. Said he couldn't join today, but he'll be around next week.
Okay, Joe.
Send in some images, Joe.
Yeah, you got the photo review next Saturday, so send in some images. We're about 30 behind schedule right now. We need some pictures, guys. We need some pictures. Oh, we're Gustavo's losing his connection. Yeah, he's losing his connection.
Oh, it looks like Jonathan's starting a channel next year.
May the force be with you. Jonathan, send me your address so I can send you a sympathy card ahead of time. Oh God, yeah. Well, earlier today, a friend that that I see often, one of a handful of guys that I see often that takes pictures in the same area that I do, was asking about software for video because he's going to try to do some videos and stuff like that. And Bob, my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos and myself were in a joint text message thing with him, and we were saying, "Oh man, you're going to be so poor when you start having to get more hard drives, and you got to, and you may have to upgrade your computer and this, that, and the other." So I'll warn you ahead of time, if you're going to get into video real serious, it's a money pit. It really is. It's a money pit.
Yep.
I was dumb enough to do it. I mean, easy to justify when you got income coming in, but when you're just doing it because you like to do it, then it's like, okay, man, this hobby's become quite expensive.
Gustavo's back. Do you see him in the green room?
He's back.
Don't know for how long, but we will see.
Is it live or is it Memorex? This is going to be the new. Everybody's going to know what this means.
Exactly.
No, I don't crop.
And he's a good photographer.
Oh, he's great. He's great. Well, if you've ever watched any of his videos, because he doesn't do Creative Live, but he does the other guy. I'm trying to think of who he is. Who's a very good Photoshop.
Scott Kelby.
Yeah, Scott Kelby. So on Kelby's offerings, Scott Kelby's offerings with training and courses and stuff like that, that particular person does a lot of videos on his channel, of which I've watched all his videos on that channel. And but he's created a perfect bird environment off his deck off his house, where he knows a lot about birds. He knows what the birds like to eat. He knows how to attract certain birds. He has the right kind of plant life in the yard. He has the right types of trees in the yard. He has the feeders, and then he'll put branches off the feeders so that the birds will land. They might get something to eat, and then they'll move over onto the end of the branch, and
guilty myself. So yeah, I cannot complain.
He creates the environment in which to capture the image, so you as the viewer do not think that it's artificially done. Okay, he does a very good job with small birds and whatnot, and you think it's all in a totally natural environment, but it's not. It's in a partially man-made environment.
Exactly.
But that's what you got. That's what you. I mean, that's really what you have to do if you want to be able to get the birds without killing yourself. I mean, I don't live in an area where no one around me has feeders. I don't know that if it's against the HOA rules or what, but nobody has bird feeders where I live. Okay. So I can't attract birds to the yard. I tried to attract hummingbirds to the yard. And the hummingbirds are like, "Where do you live? There ain't nobody near you that has any secret sauce for us." And I didn't get any hummingbird visits at all. And I had the right plants in the yard. I had the 2 feeders in the yard. I had them separated from each other. Yada yada yada. I didn't have one visit at all. Nothing. Nada. So I have to get my birds the hard way. I got to find them out in nature, period. So I don't get tons and tons and tons and tons of small bird pictures because I gotta walk a few miles up the road. I walk, I stop, and I wait, which too many, be honest with you, too many bird photographers don't do it. They walk, they stop for 5 seconds. They don't see a bird. They keep walking. I walk. I hit an area where I think there should be a fair number of birds. I might stop for 15 minutes, and I don't move. I just stand there for 15 minutes, and if there are birds there or there were birds there, that gives them enough time to get used to me being there. And not making a lot of movements, and then boom, they all come in and they show up, and then I get pictures of the birds.
No, both are valid. So I that I'm not going to criticize it for that because I do it myself. But both basically going around looking for opportunities is one way, and it's enjoyable.
Well, it's the harder way. It's the harder way.
It's a way, and it's enjoyable. Correct. Sometimes shooting from the car is another way, and it's enjoyable. But I tell you one thing, Jeff, when you have feeders and you create a setup, correct, around the feeders, and in the field, sometimes you do that. That is actually rewarding in itself because you actually managing the bird to go into the branch that you put there and get the photo that you want. That's another type of enjoyment as well. It's like camera trapping is a different type. These are all incarnations of different ways of doing photography. So I don't complain about that. By the way, one thing that he does probably as well, and you which I have problems, and actually on that window there is the glass. I cannot shoot through my glass because the glasses in this house are not good enough to shoot with a camera. Okay, so
you know what the solution is to that, don't you?
Yeah, new windows.
Just
get those new Nikon windows.
Just get a hammer. Get a hammer. Poke a hole in it. Stick your lens through it.
No, I opened it. I actually out of that window. I opened the window. Okay, even in the winter, I opened it, put the camera out, and that's it. But some people, no, I'm not joking here. Some people go to the stream, okay, and actually some professional blinds, okay, are made with a special glass. That is actually that would be one topic for this good discussion. If I shoot through the glass, it's worse than shooting through a net. A net in a zoo is very easy to photograph. Shooting through a glass, I get like vertical lines everywhere, and the camera tells you it focus, but the image doesn't look good. So that kind of setup that he has, if he's shooting from inside his house without opening the window, he had to use a special glass in the window.
I'm trying to find the name of the guy Goran Johansson.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to have a blind on everybody's property where he lives, and he gets absolutely stunning video and stills, and I mean absolutely marvelous. And he he'll have tree branches that have fallen, or parts of trees that have fallen on the ground, and he'll nail and attach food or peanut butter or do whatever he wants to do on the side of the log that you can't tell there's anything there when he's shooting from the blind, and the birds are standing on the log, and he gets great shots of them, and once in a while they bend their head down and they get a bit of food, and they hang around in that area. But all the food is typically not out in the open where you could see it. Sometimes it is, but usually it's not. And so that's all prepped ahead of time. And obviously he gets completely amazing images of different types of eagles and birds of prey, and you name it, he gets it. Extremely phenomenal shots. I mean, really wonderful stuff that he gets. Yeah. But it's in the wild, but it's in a prepped location, and he's in a blind, and that's just the way it is, and that's how you're going to get the most results. And to be honest with you, so I'm not knocking it that people do that. I mean, I just don't have the luxury of being able, where I live, to be able to do that kind of thing and attract the birds. So I have to do it by, as they say, hoofing it. I got to do it by foot.
Exactly. So, but by the way, one day we should talk about blinds, because that's also a whole situation, correct? How do you use a blind? What kind of blinds types there is, correct? All these are tools, again, correct, for photography.
Yeah.
But I tell you one thing, even in the wild, when you manage to get the bird, and one day I show you some examples, to do what you want, correct? That gives you satisfaction. Did you say, if I put this branch here, even in the wild, let's say you have a kingfisher, correct? Obviously, this is a public park where you work, but you say, I want that kingfisher. If you study it and you say, if I put a branch here, that kingfisher is going to use that branch for perching, and you do that, and they come and land in your branch, that is a great feeling, I tell you. And you can do that.
Jeff, before I lose sight of this, Terry wants to know where he can send pictures in. So if you could just put your address up.
Yes.
Yeah. And there you go. selectiveimagery1@gmail.com.
You know, you should put that in the description of your live streams. Because I was thinking it might be in there, but it's not.
Yeah, I should have put it in there. I don't know if I had said a reminder to submit images, but I don't think I put the email.
No, there's nothing about it in the description.
But that's good, Terry. Just send us some photos.
Yeah, I had a reminder at the bottom that said, just send me your photos for the December 2nd photo review. But I didn't put the email in there.
And the specs.
Yeah. But yeah, and I'm a little forgiving on the file sizes, but try to stick to that. I mean, sometimes I know it's hard to do that. And hey, I hope everybody, you know, we gotta start thinking about shutting down here. We're after our 2:00
Deadline.
Our FCC requirements are that we have to be off by 2:00. So I don't want to get arrested by the government. Only kidding. For those of you who don't know that I'm kidding. But you know, I hope everybody had a fantastic Thanksgiving. You know, we got obviously we got the Christmas holiday season coming up. I wish everybody we will see you hopefully several times before Christmas comes, including hopefully next week for the photo review. And please send in some stuff so that we can all share it at least one more time for our last photo review for this year. And it's always fun to look at the images, man. We always get some stunning shots from everybody.
Last show is this year.
That'll be the last photo review for the year. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, we will be in 2024, which will totally mess me up, I'm sure. And you know, so we're, you know, I know everybody's going to be real busy, so you know, we just do the best we can. So anyway, we're going to say good night now, guys, and thanks once again for coming on. Thank you for those of you who were on the panel earlier, and those of you who have chosen to remain here till the end. You will get your scout badges sent to you in the mail. Your photography scout badges will be coming in the mail. And so until next week, guys, as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there, regardless of your camera brand or your genre, get out there and get pictures that you personally enjoy. And if you're lucky, somebody else enjoys what you do, that's bonus dollars. But the bottom line is you gotta feel good here. You feel good here, that's all that matters. Okay. So take it easy, guys. We're calling it a night. We'll see you hopefully for the photo review next Saturday.